Good morning and happy Sunday. This is David Longwater, your Master of Ceremonies, coming to you live from Nashville, Tennessee at iCCCon. Coming up at 12 p.m. Central Time, we have John Pomeroy, world legendary animator who did the artwork for American Tail, Land Before Time, countless other Disney and other animation classics and favorites over the last several years and going on into the future. You're not going to want to miss it. We have great panels and interviews every hour on the hour, so don't stay with us all day. We'll see you next hour with the three Boba Fetts. Mark Anthony Austin will be here at 1 p.m. along with Daniel Logan, and also I just went blank on the third Boba Fett that we have Dickie Beer. I'm sorry, Dickie Beer. We have Dickie Beer, Mark Anthony Austin, and Daniel Logan on stage all together with Kevin Lyle as your panel host. We'll see you soon. Stick around for John Pomeroy at 12 p.m. Central. Good morning, iCCCon. How we doing today? All right. Give me a little bit of energy. Give me a little bit of energy. I know it's early. It's a Sunday morning. All right. Hello, YouTube Live. We're happy that you're joining us today. We'll be here every hour on the hour with great interviews and great panels. For those of you that are here live, thank you so much for joining us. We've got some great content every hour on the hour. Like I said, you're not going to want to miss some great celebrities and collecting gurus. So without any further ado, let's bring up our first panelist of the afternoon. I have legendary animator back here, John Pomeroy. John Pomeroy, give him a welcome to the stage.
Hey.
Come on up. It's in your hands, sir. Take it away.
Thank you. Hey, it's great to be here. Big audience. We're the few but the faithful, right? And to all of our YouTube audience, welcome. My name is John Pomeroy, and I've been in the animation industry for almost a half a century. I don't feel that old, honest. It's a medium, it's a career that keeps you very young, believe me. There have been animators that I have known. The guy who created Betty Boop, for instance, his name was Grim Natwick. He was 101 when he passed away. He was animating right up to the very end. So it's a career that has great longevity. The common comment I keep getting at my table is that you've animated my entire childhood. So it's like, I guess I have. It's like my career spans all the way back to the early 70s up until present day. I started out at Disney Studios back in 1973, and it's been a romance ever since. I love animating, I love drawing cartoons, and I love creating personalities out of nothing. It just happens on the paper, and it's magic. One of the things that I often get asked is, what's your favorite character? And I'm going to do a quick little PowerPoint presentation. I'll point out the character who is one of my favorites. Let's see if I can go forward here. So when I started in 1973, Disney had just developed their animation trainee program. And it was a program that was looking for young artists who are interested in a career in animation or background painting or layout or storyboarding, because they knew that the first string animation staff that had worked so closely with Walt Disney over the years were now retiring, and they wanted to pass on that legacy to the next generation of artists. So they began looking at schools and colleges across the country for talent who would be interested in a career in animation. So I had been trying to submit portfolios since 1966. Even when Walt was still alive, I took my first portfolio. I got turned down. The guard at the gate says, "Oh, it looks very nice, but you can't come in. We're not hiring anybody." But that didn't deter me any, because I knew what I wanted to do. The passion was overboiling in me. And it takes a certain amount of passion to be able to want to create personalities from nothing. And I had that. So what happened was I went to Art Center College of Design in order to prepare a portfolio they would be dazzled by and accept me. And I submitted my second portfolio in 1971 and got turned down. That was a crusher. But fear not, I persevered and I tried and attempted again a couple of years later. In 1973, they accepted my portfolio and I was welcomed aboard the trainee program. And my first mentor was a man by the name of Eric Larson, who was part of an elite collection of Disney animation artists known as the Nine Old Men. Now, they're doing an exhibition of the artwork of the Nine Old Men at the Disney Family Museum in San Francisco right now as we speak, and it's amazing. It actually brings tears to my eyes because some of the artwork of my mentors, I watched them create that. But my first professional animation job happened about 4 months after I was recruited as a trainee. I guess my timing was perfect, because had I come any earlier or a little bit later, I would have been made an assistant to some other animator, but they advanced me so quickly right out of the program. My first job was on Winnie the Pooh and Tigger 2. And I animated a small sequence at the very end of the picture where Tigger is told by Rabbit that he can't bounce anymore because he creates so much havoc. And Tigger is crushed by this. So part of my presentation is I like to draw, and to see people draw, especially old school on pad and paper. I know most of my students draw digitally, but I still like pad and paper. So I'm going to draw you a Tigger. So what we do is we start with a basic shape, kind of a football, like so. And then his great big nose. And then animation, when animators draw, they like to construct the character with very simple, basic shapes for consistency and volume. And it's a lot easier to control how the character looks, because we want to make sure that the character is always on model, that every Tigger that's done by any other artist looks the same. So we have Tigger, let's put in his eyes, and then his little eye mask that's made up out of his eyebrows, and then his mouth underneath his nose, and then the crest of his muzzle, and then we'll capture one of the stripes on either side of his forehead, little tuft of hair at the top, the wrinkles in his ear, the bottom of his jaw, stripe that comes up, his tiger stripes coming up the side of his cheek, a couple of whiskers, his neck, there's his white chest color, there's a couple of stripes hugging his neck, his shoulder, and there's Tigger. Now, I can't draw a Tigger without drawing his cohort and co-host on the show, Winnie the Pooh. And in this sequence that I did on Winnie the Pooh and Tigger 2, I had to animate Christopher Robin, Tigger, Rabbit, Kanga and Roo, and of course Winnie. So let's see. You start with his top of his head, his eyebrow. We put an eye line there and an ear there, an ear there. The back side of his head, his little muzzle and mouth. I get asked to draw lots of Winnie the Poohs, so drawing Winnie the Pooh has come easier and easier as the years go by. There's his other cheek. There's his little jersey, his shoulder, his arm. There's his sleeve. There's the front part. And I'll have him waving to the audience. He's waving to you. Everybody in YouTube land, please wave back. So we have Winnie the Pooh. So that was my first professional animation gig with Disney Studios. Now let's see if they've got the next one placed here. There we go. So after I finished working on Winnie the Pooh and Tigger 2, they were pleased enough with my work to where they assigned me to one of the other my future mentors, Ollie Johnston, who was another member of the Nine Old Men. Ollie Johnston animated some of the great Disney films like Pinocchio, Jungle Book, and he was working on the character of Penny in The Rescuers. And he wanted me to be part of his team, so I co-animated Penny with Ollie Johnston, which was a great honor. And the Rescuers story with Bernard and Bianca, the two mice are trying to rescue Penny from the clutches of Madame Medusa, who's kind of she's the evil villain that wants the devil's eye, this gigantic diamond that's hidden in this hole. And there's no way to get in through the hole except using a small little girl, which she kidnaps from the orphanage. And I was on that production for about 2.5 years. It was a great experience. Ollie Johnston was a terrific patient mentor. He was teaching me he was passing on his trade secrets about how to animate dialogue, how to create personalities. And, he had such a beautiful way of drawing, and I was captivated when he would sit down and draw over my Penny drawings. I would take my rough drawings in there and hand them to him, and he would review them and critique them, and then he would put a piece of paper on top and just carefully draw over it, and it was absolutely amazing. Next after that was Pete's Dragon. And this was an interesting, very challenging picture because it involved a combination of live action and animation together. The dragon would have to be animated once they shot the live action footage because I would have to know where my eye direction was and how I would respond to the actor or actress who was speaking to Elliot, who was the dragon. And there was one sequence there where the dragon picks up Sean Marshall, who is the actor playing Pete, placing him on his neck, and they did a dance together. And so I talked with the choreographer, Ona White, about some of the dance steps that he could use. Because I was kind of hemmed in because they had photographed Sean Marshall on the top of a boom crane that the gaffer would move around in a sort of a dance step, and I had to fit the dragon underneath him. So it was a real challenge. But it was fun. I really enjoyed that picture, working on that picture. After that, I had met, while I was at Disney in 1973, I was introduced to my two future partners, Don Bluth and Gary Goldman. And we kind of formed an alliance, and we were all driven by the passion to learn all that there was about animation. And we knew that we were being taught very well about the craft of animation, but not so much the business of animation. We didn't know anything about scoring sessions or putting together animatics or budgeting an animated feature film. And so what we did was we started moonlighting on weekends in Don's garage trying to figure out answers to these questions. And while we were doing that, we were creating our own short films so we could be prepared to fill the shoes of the retiring animators that were leaving Disney Studios. And after about a 2 or 3 year period, we began to notice that Disney was kind of in a creative rut. And we were wondering, would it be easier and better for us just to leave and start our own studio? After we thought, competition breeds excellence, and it's almost like the son that grows up and has to leave home. So we began thinking, okay, if we had the funding to support ourselves as an animation studio, we would leave and start our own studio and work on our own films. And the first film that we did as an independent company when we left Disney Studios, and we did that in September 13th, 1979. I remember the day well. Walking in with our resignations. And they were very sad about us leaving. They didn't want us to go, but they knew, our hearts were in trying to, build this studio on our own. Our first film that we did was called The Secret of Nim. It features a small mouse by the name of Mrs. Brisby. And I'll draw you a picture of her. Mrs. Brisby was the key figure in this animated feature film. Her name was changed from originally in the book, it's Mrs. Frisbee and the Rats of Nim, but we ran into a franchise problem with the Whammo people because of the Frisbee throwing disc. So we had to change it to Brisby. So our editor, Dave Horton, had to meticulously change all the F sounds to B sounds, Brisby. So she was a very sympathetic character. She was voiced by a wonderful actress by the name of Elizabeth Hartman. We had great voice casting for that film. John Carradine, who was like old Hollywood to us, did the voice of the Great Owl. Dom DeLuise, who was like family to us, did the voice of Jeremy. It was a great cast. Anyway, as I was saying previously, we start with a basic shape for Mrs. Brisby's character. So we start with a circle, and then her nose is like almost like a bent teardrop, and then her eye line and the placement of her eyes. We usually do a median line down the center is where her the eye line is surrounded by a mask on either side. And there's her eyebrow. There's a little color separation down the middle of her forehead, and then her muzzle, and then nose. And then we have her pupil. And then some lovely eyelashes coming off the edges, top edges of her eyes. And then her cheek, the bottom of her cheek, and then her mouth. And she's got cute little teeth, little mouse teeth. And then we fill out the cheek on the other side. And coming off the back side of her cheek is her cheek fur with a little color separation right there. And there's a color separation around up over her 2 eyebrows. And then working up from the back of her head is her ears. There's a tuft of hair coming off the top of her head. And here's the finished ear with some little tiny whiskers coming from the inside of her ear. And then whiskers coming off her muzzle. And then she wears a little cape with a little tie in the front. I'll put her hands there and her arms, and there's Mrs. Brisby. So that production lasted for about 2.5 years, and we completed it in 1982. And when it was released, it didn't do all that well because the company who was handling the promotions and the distribution didn't really know how to handle an animated feature. And that year we were up against the movie E.T. So nobody saw any other movie except E.T. that year. But the ironic part is there's a cult following for this film. With years and years that went by, it's become very, very popular. As a matter of fact, that character is probably one of the most popular characters I do at my table. If people are asking me to do commissions, it's either Mrs. Brisby or Milo Thatch from Atlantis: The Lost Empire. But Mrs. Brisby has gotten very popular. And one of the fans of the movie, ironically, was Steven Spielberg. He came to our studio, and we had like a 2-3 hour lunch together, and he said, "I can't believe that you guys did that film. I thought that type of artwork was finished, was done." Because Disney's not doing that anymore with the glistening dewdrops and all the minutia and effects, animation details. He loved that. And he said, "If I can find the right property, would you guys partner with me, and we can produce an animated feature film together and bring animation back the way it should be?" And we said, "Yes, we'll do it." So he was going to go out and search for the right property. In the meantime, let's see, that would be the property that we were going to be doing eventually with Steven Spielberg. But the property that we actually ended up working on came from a very interesting source. We had lost our funding for our animated feature film following The Secret of NIMH. And from San Diego came this game developer who was telling us about this new technology called a laser disc. And it would allow for random access. And he had developed an idea for an arcade game, and he was calling it Dragon's Lair. And so we got involved in that. We were able to raise the money. Seed money came from my future father-in-law, Art Sorrentino, loaned us $20,000 to begin animation on this, which we paid him back eventually. But we were on that production for about 6 months, and we basically used the same crew that we had available to us on Secret of NIMH. And it was terrific. We got animated special effects, character animation, and some great story, because random access, the Laserdisc player would allow us to, when we come to a threat, we can either go to the left or to the right or go forward. And so it's basically an interactive story. You're making your own movie, in other words. There's never been anything like it before. The only thing up until that point was Pac-Man. So having an interactive movie experience was a brand new show. It was amazing. And when the game first came out, it shocked the theater owner, or shocked the arcade owners. They had never seen anything. There were lines outside the door around the block, people with stacks of quarters ready to play the game. And any of the champion players who got to, as far as halfway point, making their way to the treasure room, they became heroes. So they attracted huge crowds themselves. Most arcades would have maybe 6 to 12 different consoles of Dragon's Lair already with queues already out the door coming up to each one of those consoles. It was an amazing event. And so we were starting to supply arcade owners with lobby cards, posters, one-sheets, press kits, and they began treating it almost like a theater experience. They had velvet cordon ropes on brass poles leading each of the queues up to the consoles. It was amazing. So that went on for about a year and a half. We had the first Dragon's Lair game that we did. We did Space Ace, and then we were about ready to release Dragon's Lair 2 Time Warp when the marketplace collapsed. It just absolutely cratered. We had business partners who did not develop at all any kind of after-sale service. So one by one, the laser disc players started to malfunction and break down, and there were no replacements. So the arcade owners, it went from absolute jubilance and elation to angry. They hated us. So we basically lost that business. We ended up going to court and suing our partners. We were able to retain the franchise and the ownership of Dragon's Lair and Space Ace. But it's a shame that because we could have gone on for another 10 years developing future games and future projects, but it just was not to be. Right around the time that we were finishing up Land Before Time 2, or Dragon's Lair 2 Time Warp, Steven Spielberg contacted us and says, I've got the script, I've got a story. Let's get together and we can have our first story meeting. And so we began developing the story that was fleshed out from a smaller story idea about this family of Russian Jewish mice that immigrate to the United States just as they were completing the Statue of Liberty. And that turned out to be American Tail. And I just had coffee with Fievel Mouskowitz last week. Philip Glasser is one of our neighbors. I mean, he lives in Franklin, we live in Brentwood, so we had coffee together, and it was terrific. We did a event for GalaxyCon. It was a 35-year reunion, virtual reunion, not like this where we get to be live together, but a virtual reunion of the cast and crew from American Tail. It was wonderful. It was terrific. It was great seeing him, too, because we're going to be doing other little road events and other conventions together because this is the 35th anniversary and they want to get some airplay out of that. But Fievel Mouskowitz was the hero. Now let me do a drawing of Fievel. So once again, and we seem to be on a path here where we're doing a lot of mice pictures. So it's like going rescuers, Bianca, Mrs. Frisbee, or Mrs. Brisby, and then Fievel Mouskowitz. So we start out once again with a circle. I get a little eye line there. Now Fievel had this great big floppy hat that his father gave him at the beginning of the story, if you guys have seen the movie. See little eyebrows, little separation down the middle of his forehead. His little mouth and teeth, rounded, cute little cheeks. And then he had this little spiky hair coming off of each side of his cheek. His little tunic. And then the great big brim, the floppy brim of his father's cap that he gives to Fievel at the beginning of the movie. And there's one ear there, other part of his forehead, there his other ear, And there's Fievel Mouskowitz. Oh, I got to get his little whiskers, and I always like to get his little nose reflection too. So Fievel Mouskowitz. Oh, and I forgot his eyelashes. Got cute little eyelashes. So in this partnership, we aligned ourselves with a very powerful entertainment machinery, Amblin Universal. Steven Spielberg's company partnered with Universal Studios. And they knew how to market an animated feature film. Now, this was our first film venture with Steven Spielberg. And it made animation history because for the first time, an animated feature film was now grossing numbers that a live-action movie would do. And when it came out, it outdid, I think, the latest Disney film, which was Great Mouse Detective. And our film came out, American Tail, and did about $65–70 million domestically, which was unheard of. And suddenly, every studio in Hollywood, their ears perked up, because now they all knew, hey, this is a money-making venture. Animation, we should take this seriously. So one by one, Warner's, Fox, Paramount, Universal, they all began their own animation studios. And all of a sudden, there was this explosion, worldwide actually, of animation product that was being done. And it was amazing to watch. I mean, competition breeds excellence, and we kind of made this point to Disney when we left back in 1979. And we knew that the impact, they would feel it, and they would have their own animation renaissance, which they did. And immediately they came running back with their own Oliver and Company, Little Mermaid, Who Framed Roger Rabbit. So it strengthened the industry as a whole, which was great, because now there's tons of work for animators worldwide. And virtually speaking, I'm never out of work because I'm always being approached by either Warner's or Disney or Universal or some studio, which is wonderful. It's a great, healthy industry. So American Tail, its success, we were called into a meeting with Steven Spielberg, and while we were having our lunch, and he's picking the crumbs off his plate, he says, I've got another idea I want to share with you guys. Picture this, a little dinosaur. A dinosaur and his family, and they're trying to find the valley where they want to live. And he had all these little ideas for set pieces. Steven's not real great with an entire story, but what he gets is these tentpole set pieces that he likes to build a story around. And he wanted to bring in his other partner, George Lucas, to work with us on this, which was a blessing because George Lucas has more savvy in creating an overall plot line and story. But this next picture turned out to be The Land Before Time, the first one, not the following 15 or 16 sequels that followed. So the whole story centers around Littlefoot. And, of course, I had the one sequence where I had to animate Littlefoot saying goodbye to his mother, because her mother is saving Littlefoot from the claws and jaws of a Tyrannosaurus. And in the fight, she gets mortally wounded and she dies. And so there's this little moment where they're together, and he has to say goodbye to her. And he has to go and find his way to the valley where the rest of his family is going to be. And on the way, his little odyssey starts. On his way, he picks up a little duck-billed dinosaur, Ducky, a little stegosaurus named Spike, a little pterodactyl named Petrie, and a little triceratops named Sarah. And the five of them together travel together. And it's all about their collective, friendship and their survival. And it's interesting because it was kind of, in a way, it was mirroring something in our own life that we were going to experience ourselves, because eventually we were going to take that production over to Dublin, Ireland, and start a studio there. So let me draw a picture of Littlefoot. Is that okay if I keep drawing? Is that okay? So Littlefoot, The basic head starts out as kind of almost like a, I don't know, elongated wafer shape, and then his long neck, because he's a long neck. And let's see, he has kind of an eye line that wraps around his skull here, and he has his eyes. Tiny little eyelashes. There's his eyebrow. His little nose, little dinosaur nose that comes out with a nostril at the end, and then the muzzle of his mouth, and then his cheek line right under his eye, and then the beginning of his mouth, and then the forward part of his muzzle is kind of squared off, and then the bottom jaw, his mouth, his jawline, the bottom part of his mouth, little ear in the back of his head, and we colored this this is a color that was darker, and then he had like a little ridge of scales on the back of his neck, kind of wrinkles under his jawline there, and then his neck. So Littlefoot, we were in production for about a year and a half. And because of economics, our chief executive officer, Morris Sullivan, was approaching overseas interest. He was sending out letters to other countries, finding out if there was any interest in developing an animation industry there. And South America, Mexico, Canada, China, Japan, Europe, he was sending out invitations to all of them. And the one that came back that was just very eager and very excited was Ireland. The Industrial Developmental Authority, IDA, came back and said, we would love to partner with you in this venture. Please come to Dublin, Ireland, because our art community is leaving in droves. There's no art product for them to work on. There's no industry there. So we left there. It was Thanksgiving, 1986, and a crew of about 40 American artists and 15 or 20 Canadian artists flew to Dublin and began building the studio. And it was an amazing venture. At first, it was like the Land Before Time movie. Different cultures, different types of people trying to coexist together. Sometimes you don't understand the language, the way they talk, and they're brogue. You didn't understand the culture, but eventually we became very, very united, like one big family. And so we finished Land Before Time there in Dublin, Ireland. That's why it's a Sullivan Bluth production, along with George Lucas and Steven Spielberg. The next production that we worked on after that was All Dogs Go to Heaven. And that's a story that centers around the main character, a mongrel German Shepherd named Charlie B. Barkin. And he is in league with his little dachshund friend, Itchy-furred Dachshund. And together they want to go to the racetrack and make it big with betting. They're gamblers. But they find out that this girl named Anne Marie can talk to animals. So they con her into joining them and going to the racetrack to make the big bets, to make them successful, so Charlie can open up his big casino that he has. That was followed by, Pocahontas will be my next picture. We did, my partners and I, Don and Gary, we did Troll in Central Park, Thumbelina, and Rockadoodle after we did All Dogs Go to Heaven. I started feeling us getting stale in our storytelling. To me, I felt that we were kind of committing the same type of creative errors that we were accusing Disney of. We were kind of in a creative rut. And the partnership was going through some financial troubles at that time. So one thing led to another, and I sold out my shares in the studio, and I returned back to Disney. I was wearing the producer's hat so firmly and so often I didn't get to draw anymore, and I was facing burnout big time. And what resuscitated me was returning back to a former love, painting. I loved painting. And so while I was taking a painting workshop, a dear friend of mine, Don Hahn, approached me. Don Hahn, big producer over Disney feature animation. He produced Hunchback, Lion King, Beauty and the Beast. He said, John, how would you like to come back to Disney Studios? And so he took me out to lunch, and he told me about this project that was amazing, and he wanted me to meet their executive, Jeffrey Katzenberg. So one thing led to another, and I became the supervising animator of Captain John Smith on Pocahontas. And I got to be reunited with an old friend of mine from my first Disney days, a guy named Glenn Keane, who had become quite a star animator. Together, we worked together. He did Pocahontas, I did Captain John Smith. And it was a wonderful picture to work on. We were on that for about 2.5 years. And Jeffrey Katzenberg, who was the executive producer, he wanted to do this film the best possible way. And being human characters are the hardest thing to animate, simply because with cartoon characters, you can cheat the action a little bit and you'd never notice. But with animating a human being, if you're off by a fraction, it ruins the whole illusion. And in animation, we're always trying to engage the audience. Do you believe that this character is real? We want to engage you in the willing suspension of disbelief. That's our main objective. And if we're successful, then one day we get to sit in a theater in the darkness, and I get to hear the audible laughter or crying or gnashing of teeth to the villain that I've created. That's my reward. But he wanted to do, a spectacle. And so what he had was the two directors that we had with us, Mike Gabriel and Eric Goldberg. We shot the whole picture in live action and then used live action footage as a reference for the animating of Pocahontas and Captain John Smith, and even Governor Ratcliffe. So it became a help for us to use to make that action look authentic. Now the trick is to take live action and then convert that over to animation. You have to push it, you have to caricature it, or else it looks very stiff and mechanical, it doesn't work. So we had our job cut out for us, and we had these enormous crews of 15 other animators that we had to supervise our work. So Glenn had 15 people that were working on Pocahontas night and day, and I had 15 that were working on John Smith. It was a great project. I really enjoyed it. After that was Fantasia 2000, and I got to work real closely with Walt Disney's nephew, Roy E. Disney. We became friends. If you come over to my table, which is at C2, you'll see the book that says Walt's Imagination. The very back is a picture of Roy Disney and myself. He was great. I could go in his office like 2 and 3 times a week and pitch him ideas about stories that I had. He was always listening, and he was great to work with. But that followed up. I was working on the ending sequence of the Firebird Suite in Fantasia 2000. And then that was followed by my favorite project. And the answer to your question about who's your favorite character, here it is, Milo Thatch. And indulge me while I draw a Milo, okay? Now, Milo's design is interesting because I did probably 30 or 40 different design ideas for Milo and what he looked like. He had to be kind of bookish, kind of nerdy. He was a cartographer, linguistics, a librarian type. So he had big spectacles, kind of slightly unkempt, bow tie, vest. This is dated like around 1915, just before the United States kind of evolved with World War I. And so it had to have almost a Victorian feel to him. And my character looked more like Nicolas Cage than it did the actual Milo Thatch. But the directors did an interesting thing. They were real comic book geeks, and they really loved the work of the creator of Hellboy, Mike Mignola. And they brought Mike Mignola in to give us a design pass. And at first I didn't like it, and then once I got working with it, everything that Mike Mignola did was very hard-edged and structured. Totally different than the soft, cuddly, cutesy Disney approach that we would normally work in with Disney character designs. This had some edge to it, and we loved it. We worked on that film for 2.5 years, and I still draw Milo in that way, you know, where the fingernails are just chopped off, these little triangular fingernails. It gave us a language that permeated the entire production as far as the graphic look of the picture. And our crew shirts read, you know, no songs, more explosions. You know, that's the directors were trying to push it away from the normal Disney animated family musical. So here's how we draw Milo. We start with a spinning top, you know, a top, that shape right there. We got an eye line, we got a nose, two eyes, jawline. Now, one of the things that influences the design of a character is who they get to record the voice. You know, in this case, it was Michael J. Fox, and he was brilliant. He had a way of his very crooked mouth sometimes when he'd get very excited. And I was there sketching him during the sound recording when we were recording his voice. And it was amazing. This character, the success of a character is based on how well you can blend the recorded vocal performance to the actual animated character design when they come together. And this came out perfectly. Michael J. Fox's voice matched perfectly with the design of Milo Thatch. They became one. Of course, I was mixed in there somewhere too, because I was the creator of the character and I had to animate it. And so he became kind of an amalgamation of Michael J. Fox, Milo Thatch, and John Pomeroy. I shot my own live action of myself just to make sure that I could perfect the performance and make it believable for the audience. It wasn't in the budget to shoot live action, so I just shot my own. And you know, I'd be downstairs in our basement bathroom at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, shooting, making a lot of noise to, you know, dialogue playback. And my wife came down thinking, oh, we're being robbed. There's a prowler in our downstairs bathroom. And it turned out to be me. So, but all of this was used to perfect the performance. And the reason why it's probably one of my favorite characters is, you know, the crew was fantastic, but it's the closest thing I've ever come to animating a self-portrait of myself. So, getting back to the design, let's start. We got his cheek line here, his mouth, slightly crooked mouth, and this is all inspired by Michael J. Fox, who did a great job as the voice of Milo Thatch. Eyebrows, side of the hair, we've got a very hard edge ear, the top of the head, got the hair that's hanging over in his eyes, and then a wave coming up the side of his head. And this is the way I would capture his drawing if I were animating it. It's just very loose. If you were to flip the drawings, all of these sketchy little lines give an impression of an entity alive. And that's the fun part about animating, when you bring something alive and you see something living and breathing into all these little chicken scratch lines. And then we have these great big spectacles. This is his neck, and then his crew, sweater, he became part of this team of explorers looking for the lost city of Atlantis. So there's Milo Thatch. Let's see, how much time have I got? Oh, I'm right at 0. I'm right at 0. I think that's it, right? See, I can go on for another 2 hours if you want, but it's like I only have 45 minutes. Hey, one last moment, one last thing I want to mention is please follow me on Instagram on John Pomeroy Art, because we're going to be announcing in about 2 months, we're going to be releasing my first series of tutorials called Pomeroy Art Academy. So please follow me on Instagram with further announcements on this. This is going to be a great launch, a great series of animation tutorials on how to storyboard, animate, how to build your character, how to design your character, how to do backgrounds, how to animate special effects. So it'll be a great tutorial series. It's been wonderful. Thank you all, everybody in YouTube. Thank you for my audience. Pleasure. Thank you.
Let's give another round for John Pomeroy.
Hey,
all right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. Here in a little under 15 minutes, we have our next panel. We have stories from Boba Fett. We have 3 Boba Fetts on stage. Count them. 1, 2, 3. It doesn't take long. 3 seconds or less. So we have Mark Anthony Austin. We have Dickie Bear. We have Daniel Logan, hosted by the incomparable Kevin Lyle. They'll be here on stage live and in person in just about 13 minutes. We'll see you soon. Good morning, iCCCon. Good afternoon, iCCC. It feels like it's really early. And I'm on Eastern time, too. I'm a Florida boy. All right. Anyone from Florida? Hello, Florida. Nobody's from Florida. Hi, YouTube. Hi, Florida. Somebody YouTube's from Florida. You with me? All right. So we have a great panel. This is going to be a lot of fun. So the incomparable Kevin Lyle is hosting, and I have back here, I have 3 Boba Fetts. 3. And they're going to be all on one stage. How are they even going to fit? I don't even know. So we have Dickie Beer, we have Mark Anthony Austin, we have Daniel Logan. Let me start off by introducing Kevin Lyle. Kevin Lyle, panel host, come on out.
Hey, everybody.
Have fun, my man. I'm jealous.
Take it easy, brother. How's everybody doing today? On our last day of ICC 2021. You guys had a good time this year? You guys going to be here next year? I certainly am. Well, let's get our fantastic panel going with Mr. Dickie Beer and Mr. Mark Anthony Austin and the very quiet and shy Daniel Logan.
Hello, everybody.
What was that?
Welcome.
Who was that?
That is Beast Boy. Yo, 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 that's what's up.
He's here at the show, wasn't he? I saw some pictures on Facebook last night. He was on the stage. What is he? What's his shtick?
He is purely just a vessel of the beautiful energy that he carries around, which is Wingman's little wingman. So
he's from
Wingman
California.
C, Mr. Sipes himself. Yes, that's correct.
You are from California? Come on, that was kind of obvious.
He is a California.
South Florida, but Venice Beach, California now.
All right, excellent, fantastic.
Shout out to Venice Beach TV Live.
Well, Danielle, since we started with you, Daniel, we'll just keep going. How you doing this weekend? How's the ICC going for you?
Oh, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Thank you guys all for coming out. I hope you guys having a wonderful time at ICCC? Nice. Bring more of your family and neighbors next time, all right? Hopefully we'll have less restrictions and we'll be able to walk and run and play like we used to do. So thank you guys for being so patient with all the new rules and stuff and the laws that have been put in place. But everybody has had a wonderful time. The smiles, everybody's eyes. It's just we're all lightened our eyes again by being able to get one of our freedoms back, was just being able to come to conventions. So I love Michael Havens. His wife and him are just amazing people, and I thank them for being able to put on this wonderful event for all of us. So thank you, guys.
Yeah, that was great. I was commenting yesterday that ICC is the only show I know of, and I do a lot of conventions like you guys do. ICC was the only one that did not cancel or postpone. Yeah. This was our date in December of 2019. Hasn't changed.
It's iCCC, isn't it?
Oh, there you go,
okay.
Dickie. I just say the iCCC, baby.
Dickie would like to remind everyone to send your complaints about me, the stage host, Kevin Lyle, to Mike Havens at... Thanks, man.
That's beautiful,
You're
Dickie.
welcome.
Get him.
You're allowed to say iCCCon. You're allowed to say iCCCC, but I guess you're not allowed to say ICC. Correct. So
But you can't say ICCC now. I just added it to the list. It's kind of like a little rap song.
Well, actually, I have another name for it, because when the panels came out and I started asking Mike Havens, of course, can I have this panel, this panel, this panel? He's like, it's ICCC. It's not the Kevin Lyle show.
Hey, you do make a great show, though.
It is a Kevin Lyle. Look where.
How many times have we been on the stage together? Dozens and dozens.
Oh,
now.
at least 12, yeah.
Yeah.
Across the country, and it's been pretty good.
You're a great
Hey,
host.
how about we talk to Mark, who's in the middle, being really quiet?
Okay.
Yeah. Mark's like, gee, guys, shut up and let me speak.
Mark
I'm
is
just
the
support for Daniel.
Mark is
I'm the
newcomer.
wingman.
So we had a great panel on yesterday.
Yeah,
and
it
we
was
were-
interesting. It's a large topic, 25 years. So.
It is, and it's.
I wasn't sure where he was going to go within that 25 years, so I couldn't prepare. I was just like ready for anything, but it was a good panel.
No, it was great, because we had some good questions, and then we had one from the audience. I forgot what it was, and most of your questions would be answered in like 1 or 2 minutes or whatever. And they had one that you really went off on, and the clock ticked down, and I'm seeing the guys in the back going like, "But you were doing well." Like, let them go, man. It was a great panel.
I was completely unaware of that clock. As I said, you're going to have to cut me off. So
All the guy in the back, like,
there's nobody in the audience. I'm still going.
the guy's like, stop it. Oh, poor Mark, you finally get on a good conversation and they cut you off.
Isn't that what happens? So how you doing, Dickie?
I'm fine.
So do you We were at breakfast today, and you were talking about some secret stuff. So, are you working on any movies right now?
Last show I did was, what was it called again?
Jurassic World Dominion.
That's the one.
You're not allowed, or you can talk about that. What
No,
was the?
I can't say much about it, but yes, I finished the new, still to come out, still to be released, Jurassic World.
So what is a little bit of the storyline, Dickie, if you don't
Yeah,
mind?
can we get some? Can
This
we
is
get some
the
plot tips?
future of conventions. So I mean, you might as well tell us a little bit of the future of what's to come.
Ooh, that's good. That's
can't.
good.
I can't say.
NDA.
What if we? How about everybody? Everybody gives them $5, which is going to be what, $600-700.
It's not enough.
Not enough. Not enough. All right.
Dickie's got a little counter in his pocket. He's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not enough.
No, we did that count yesterday when we did the photo op, right?
op.
Yeah. Did you guys do the photo op at all down here, or any of you? Because it's really funny. The guy that is behind the camera, he goes click, 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 and I said, every click is $10. You remember that?
He clicked every time. Every single person was like 9 clicks, you know, because he got amazing photos and opportunities, and Dickie's counting every single one. He's like, so am I getting paid for every one? I'm like, no, Dickie, it's per person. I'm like, you might have got 9 nice shots, but you only get paid for the one. I'm like, Dickie, I'm like, I'm gonna have to make the manager start dealing with him next time, you know?
All I was seeing was dollar signs.
He's got, yeah, it's like dollar calculator.
Ching, ching,
What's my
ching.
average total?
Yeah.
Are you guys done?
Sorry.
We had a good time, though.
So, Mark, how's the show been going for you?
It's been going great. This is only my second time in Nashville, and I love the welcome that you get here. It's like everyone's so friendly, and everyone's like, I'm just glad that people have made the effort to come out and see us. You know, it's a big ask for people to come out, and some people have like driven like 12 hours, and I feel humbled by that. So I want to thank all you guys for like making the effort and coming and seeing us, because you know it gives us a reward by seeing you and talking to people with you know, shared interests. So thank you guys.
That's a good question. Who here thinks they're coming from the farthest distance? Just a show of hands. Somebody from maybe California.
Well, let's just say
You in the back.
hours. What's your hours? On the road, Greg. 7.5 hours drive.
I got you beat. 14 and a half. Who anybody more than 14 and a
Where'd you
half?
come from, Mexico?
Connecticut, man.
Connecticut?
It's a big country, Daniel. It's like Australia. It's about the same
You're
width of
from
Australia.
Connecticut?
Oh, you're New
He's
Zealand.
He's not Australian.
I drove across that in like
As soon as I
7
said
hours.
Australian, I'm like, shit, he's from New Zealand.
Is it Connecticut I went across?
But you're
I
from
went across
Connecticut?
one state.
I'm from Connecticut. It's exactly 945 miles.
Wow, and they let you in here?
They let me in. Oh, because of the. I've been inoculated. So.
So how was your drive? So going
it
through the
was good.
different states.
It was good. It's not about
How many
me.
states did
It's
you
not
go?
about me. It's about you guys. They don't care about me. They
Shut
don't care.
up!
They
I'm
don't
making
care
it that Daniel
about me.
Logan show, and I'm interviewing you now.
I went through 8 states.
8 states. I did a cross country one time, and I loved it. I think I did 6, 7 states. I did one in 24 hours. I did like 4 or 5 states. I just drove.
Were you like going to different conventions, or was this just a vacation?
No, he's lost.
Just lost.
Where the hell is Wellington? Where's Wellington?
He's trying to find home.
I went on my walkabout, and I was trying to find my way home.
Do they have walkabouts in New Zealand?
No, the country, you would walk into the water, and you know, I'll turn around and walk the other way.
Yeah, when you're from New Zealand, you have to learn how to swim, otherwise you won't get out there.
I literally learned how to swim at like 3 or 4. Probably learned how to swim before I walked.
Yeah.
It's crazy. When you're surrounded by that much water, there's more water than land. I mean,
Well, it's the
surprised
same-
I'm not a
same where
merman.
I'm from the Netherlands, and we had to
I
learn how
love
to
it.
swim from when you were 4 years old.
Yep.
In school, actually, yeah.
You guys have a lot of great indoor.
Maybe some of you know, like Holland is a very small country, and
Flat.
most of it, 2/3 is below sea level. So, the windmills originally were designed to pump out the water, because if you don't pump, then the whole 2/3 of the Netherlands is underwater. That's why you had to learn how to swim, because it could always happen.
Okay, I guess we'll go all around. Mark, do you have anything to say about swimming?
I can swim.
Can you swim?
I can swim. I have a pool, and but Yeah, I was the same as Dickie in school. That was part of one of the lessons. Is like swimming lessons.
Yeah.
You had to do a width first, then a length, and then several lengths, and you earn stripes. On your
And then with your clothes on, you know.
yeah, to tread water and stuff. Yeah.
You had to learn with your clothes on. That was the second.
What, and then you
pass that
take your
do.
clothes off? Was that the third
Yep.
lesson? I mean, we didn't go that far. You just
Well-
wore whatever shorts you had in your drawer.
Well, normal people have swimming trunks on, you know.
We call
I
them
don't know about
togs.
you, but
And just a reminder, we do have some microphones out there, so if you guys have some questions in the audience, we'll be opening up soon to you guys. If you guys have any swimming questions or any other water safety questions for the
Or
three vets.
swimming tips.
how did
Oh,
we
you
get
need
to
any ideas on
swimming?
flotation devices or anything?
Which reminds me,
Dickie?
Boba Fett was born on a watery world of Camino.
Amen.
We first saw you on the
I was
watery
the-
world
I
of
was
Camino.
the darkest little kid that had no sun at all. Right? I was a dark kid that looked like I'd been to Tatooine for a vacation and just got back, and you know, Tonwi pops in with Obi-Wan. Has anyone ever thought about that?
You know, speaking of that scene, could you tell them? How do I start it out?
Oh, this is my brain.
How Ewan McGregor gave you some direction of how your expression should look when you, young Boba Fett, met Obi-Wan Kenobi. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Oh, dude, I got a new story for that story.
You made up a new one. Okay, cool.
No, this ain't made up, and that one wasn't made up either. The Kevin show. No, get this. So I just saw Ewan McGregor again, right? He had this big signing at the Chinese Theater. I went up and I saw him. He had a mask on. I had a mask on, and I woke up and I'm like, "Hey, how you doing?" And I pulled down my mask. I said, "It's been a while." And he stands up and he's like, "It's the fart kid." And I know his manager's like, "Dude, this the fart kid." And I'm like, "Hey, man," like it's Rick going pretty good at this point. He remembers me. And he goes, "Man, this kid just couldn't get it. Like George was giving him direction, and I mean, he just basically saying I was struggling to act." And I'm all, I don't remember it like that. But yeah, I guess he remembered it like that. At that, he needed.
And
I
for
wasn't
those who
being
don't know
directed.
why it's the fart kid, when you want to tell them why.
Well, when I opened the door to Tonwi and Obi-Wan, George says to me, "So Daniel, I want you to look at him like someone suspicious is coming to your house, and you just don't know why they're there." And I'm like, "Oh, kind of like a police officer coming and looking for my brother?" And he like looks at me like, "What the? No." I'm like, "Okay, roll with it. I don't know. Roll in action time, right?" So we calls it, and I just wasn't getting it. So Ewan comes up to me and says, "Hey kid, do a face like I did a very smelly fart. Can you do that?" Because he had a Scottish accent when he wasn't putting on Obi-Wan. I'm like, "Yeah, I can do that. I grew up with brothers." So I open the door, and boom, hit the face perfect. The only problem was that because it was so close to my face, my nostrils were moving to smell the fart too. So George calls cut. Ewan starts laughing in my face. If you watch the back takes, you see us just walking out of I think we finally get the take, and we both start walking out together, and we're laughing. I might have put it on Instagram. And like that was the very end of like that scene. But yeah, he had to tell me it looked like he did a fart in order for me to get the face. And it's just something so easy. A direction like that will change and create the power of Boba Fett's first opening and appearance back into the world of Star Wars.
I thought it was perfect because it's 8 seconds into the first time we see you, and the entire crowd laughed. Just that look you gave was perfect. It was very well done.
Just that, boom.
And you were, correct me if I'm wrong, you were 11 or 12? You were 12. Right?
13.
13, my bad.
I was meant to be an 8-year-old. Don't worry, trust me. 12 was a lot better than 8. I was meant to be 8-year-old. So obviously 8-year-olds have a different lore on being on a set than a 13 does. And because I'm from New Zealand, we don't have any lore at all, actually. Could have worked me all day long. Are they recording this? No, I'm just joking. I had good hours, great. No, so yeah, that's why they kind of went with me, and I was so short at the time. I hated all my whole life that it actually worked out.
Yeah, being tall's not that great, though.
Yeah, but I wonder what the view is from down this height all my life. I've always wondered what was a view like yours like.
Yeah, but I live in a world built for small people. Wow, I didn't mean to bring that down. I'm sorry. But anyway, Dickie.
Through that, I'm like,
Everything's tiny. Everything's tiny.
wait, we all like, we all sit up one more inch. Yeah, it's like.
So, Dickie, tell me, how did you get involved in Star Wars? What was your first piece of work in the films back in the day, back in the classic trilogy?
Well, I always say, like, our business is more about luck than anything else. And it was a lucky shot. I just walked into the Elstree studio bar one day to visit my friend. His name was Alf Joint. He was a stunt coordinator who got me into the business. And we're at the bar. In England, you have bars in the studios. Here in America, that's a no-no. But anyway, I'm at the bar, and then this guy walks in. His name is Peter Diamond, and I get introduced to him. And Peter was doing the Return of the Return of the Jedi in the studio. He was the stunt coordinator from Star Wars on, all three. Anyway, he walks in, I get introduced to him, and he goes like, "Are you working right now?" And I said, "No." He said, "Do you want to work?" I said, "Yeah, why not?" He said, "Okay, go to building number 73 and get fitted." So they fitted me, they put me in the stormtrooper and in the rebel soldier costume, and that day I was working. That was it. That's how I got on the movie.
Wait,
And
did you finish your pint?
what?
Did you finish the pint and then go to the studio?
No,
or was
because
it the
I
next
don't
day?
drink beer, remember?
Oh yeah, sorry, your Chardonnay.
I only drink Chardonnay or champagne, and that day it was champagne. So they actually let me work after having had two glasses of wine. But so that's how I got on Return of the Jedi.
That is badass.
And then so that day I was working. I did all the studio work, which was like inside the stages and everything. And then because I became continuity, I was brought to America to do the scene around Sarlacc Pit and the other scene around the bunker where the Ewoks
Rebel soldier.
attack all the stormtroopers and everything. So I was lucky just to be in the studio that day to visit my friend and bump into Peter Diamond.
And Peter Diamond was the head stunt coordinator for the original Star Wars. And when Luke gets attacked by the Tusken, that's the Tusken attack. That's Pete Diamond.
So where are the Lucasfilm bars at these days?
At the ranch.
There's a Lucasfilm bar somewhere. Where I want to go.
You didn't hear? He literally went to the Star Wars bar.
No, but where is it today?
That's what I'm saying. Dickie probably knows. He's like, he'll map it out. Like, go to this one. If you don't see Peter Diamond or someone there, you'll go here and you'll run into the next guy, Gillard. If he's not there, come back and find me.
Anyway, as I said, I was the lucky one to be there. And well, the rest of it is history, really. And now we're here, and I know this guy and this one and you. How long do we know each other now?
About 5 years.
Yeah, something like that.
Match.com?
That wasn't. I guess it was funny because people laughed.
Sorry, Mark, you're
I
too
think
much.
it's funny, yeah. If you don't have Daniel around, there's no fun in town. You know, this morning I went to the bar and I wanted to make a reservation for a seat so that I can actually have a drink, because if he's there, there's no room for anybody.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I went to the bar this morning to make a reservation for my seat, and what happened? They told me we don't have booze anymore because he drank it all last night. And it's all gone. Him and his friends.
You were there last night drawing fett on
I
bar
don't have a
napkins all night.
clue. That was another clone you must be talking about. I was asleep. Hope my wife isn't watching this. I'll go back to being sober when I get home, babe. I'm sorry.
Hey, you only have 26 more minutes,
All right, let's talk about the bar then. No, but yeah, we had the Bounty Box crew out last night. We kind of took it over, and Mark and you kind of left early. Mark didn't leave early. I mean, I kind of slid that one. You left early.
I always.
He was there pretty late. So
That's what I was about to. Yeah, I was saying, me and Mark stayed till they were pushing us out.
I'm always doing the Houdini, which is like the disappearing trick.
You did. I was like, I'll walk you out. Don't worry. And I'm like, it's like, I'll take the old guy to his room. Don't worry. I turn around and he's gone. And like, I walk out, I scratch my head and all.
Yeah, that's me.
That's what happened last night. And then I went back to the group. I was like, oh, whatever. Forget him.
I've learned my lesson with you around,
I did. I have been.
You're hard to keep up with.
Yeah, I know. Well, I've been at home
I
for
wish
so
I had
long.
10% of
You
your
got-
energy.
you got
would
too
miss
much
it.
energy.
You do have a lot of energy, guys.
He has too much energy.
Just an IV, you
I'll
know.
just start, giving it my blood over when you guys start dying at the end of the night. Just like, yeah, pump them in. It's like an extra battery pack, you know, with the USB cord. Dink.
So,
Could
so
you
Mark,
imagine living with me? So could you imagine living with me?
Oh my God. That would
The answer is perfect. Oh my God. My poor wife. That's all I gotta say. Sorry, Mark, it's your turn.
But Mark, you know, we had our panel yesterday, which you guys can watch on YouTube after this one. But one thing I wanted, as we walked away, I wanted to talk to you about was that when you filmed your scenes as Boba Fett for the special edition, we didn't get to really talk about what it was like getting the costume on in that first iconic time. And Boba Fett hadn't been filmed in, at that time, what, 14 years? And what was that like to just, you know, everybody's watching you? And
Well, I didn't put the costume on for the shoot. The fact that I got to do the shoot was because I did a couple of summits at Skywalker Ranch, so I happened to be a person on hand that fit the costume. So the first time I put the costume on was for that summit that they held at Skywalker Ranch as a promotion for all the license holders, because they were going to re-release the original trilogy in the late 90s, and they wanted to kind of drum up enthusiasm for, like, you know, merchandise, you know, the reawakening of merchandise. Because merchandise had been dead for Star Wars for quite a while. You know, there's a period where it was like the Dark Ages, the Dark Period, you know,
Power of
where
the
there was
Force
nothing
2.
to buy. There was nothing to buy for a while. So because I did that summit, it was such a success. They had a second summit, so they said, "Would you mind spending 4 more hours in the suit?" I said, "No," because I was the hugest Boba Fett fan, you know, at ILM. So as Dickie said, it literally was the right place, the right time. I just happened to be. It was on the heels of those 2 summits. Someone said, "Oh, there's a guy that just did that over for the ranch. You should contact him. He could maybe jump in the suit." And so that's why they contacted me. But it's, you know, I couldn't advise anyone on how, oh, this is how you get into a movie. You know, it just was serendipity. You know.
No.
So you didn't get it at a bar?
And
I didn't walk into a bar, no.
I was never supposed to be Boba Fett. When we did all the work in the studio, that was obviously done with Jeremy there, and because he was the actor. And but when we went to the location in Yuma, Arizona, Jeremy wasn't there. Was another guy who was supposed to be in the costume. But when we started rehearsing, falling into the pit, you know, the first 2 days, 5 of the guys ended up in hospital and with broken limbs and twisted ankles, and I think a collarbone went wrong somewhere there. Anyway, we started filming, and those 5 guys, they ended up at the pool at the hotel. They were not working because they were, their legs were up, or they were, you know, plastered up, whatever. And so we started filming, and then Glenn Randall, who was the local stunt coordinator, the American stunt coordinator, he put the costume on to start with, but then normally the stunt coordinator doesn't get filmed. He should be behind the camera because he has to coordinate everything. So he started it, and he did the first piece of flying off from the barge towards the skiff, and then they kept on filming, and he suddenly realized, like, I got a lot more to do, and I got to fall into the pit, and I don't really like that because all these other guys got hurt, so let's give this job to somebody else. So then he pointed at me, and he went like, "You're about the right size, go and put that costume on." And I went like, "Okay." So I put the costume on, and that's how I became Boba Fett. But I was only supposed to be Barada, and in that scene, and the Gamorrean guard. That was it. But there you go, because I was the one who was smart enough not to fall on the pit and break his leg, or whatever, break my arms. I took the risky part, which they called me crazy, but I said, no, this is the one that will make me survive, and you know, which was falling straight from the skiff into the hole, and without touching the side. And
What a badass, right?
they all said you're nuts, you're going to kill yourself, because the hole itself was only 10 feet wide, and the sides of it was solid timber. So if you would hit that from 45 feet,
dead.
falling from the skiff straight into the hole. If you hit that side, you would either break something or worse, you would be dead. And I said, no, that's what I'm going to do because I feel safe. I can do that. And they gave me the airbag, and they let me rehearse it, and I dialed it, and then I did it as Boba Fett, as Barada.
The weak way?
Weekly.
He doesn't even know his own characters.
So,
He's
Give
so
him a
greedy.
break, man.
He's been everything.
But see,
greedy.
it was only because myself and Alf joined, by the way. Alf joined, and I were the only two who could actually do it straight from the skiff into the hole.
when you did the rehearsal, did you do it with the full suit on or without the suit?
No, without the suit.
Okay.
Without the suit. And by the way, Boba Fett didn't go from the skiff into the hole. He flew over into the barge and bounced off the barge and then rolled down the Sarlacc pit into the hole.
And that was you doing the role, right?
Yeah, yeah, and hitting the side and the flying off and all that kind of stuff.
Just a light guess. How many times as different characters do you think you went into that?
15, somewhere around.
Far out. First
Yeah.
one would have been enough for me. You got it, George? We good? All right, that's it.
But the fun part about it, the falling into the pit was, to me, was not tricky. People say could have killed you, and I say, yeah, maybe, but it didn't. But the worst thing about the fall was not the falling into it, because when you fell into it, inside it was like a room, and it had the airbag inside, and then so you would fall into an airbag. Then when the airbag deflated, you walked out of the room, but then you had to really be careful because it was the only cool spot around that set, and that's where all the snakes and the rattlesnakes and the scorpions and all those were all there underneath the airbag. So when the airbag deflated, you had to just watch where you were walking and not to step on snakes or something like that, because you don't want to get bitten.
I have a question
Yes, sir.
for you guys. So, Mark, did the costume when you wore it smell like Dickie?
Yeah.
And then Dickie, when you wore the costume, did it smell like Jeremy?
Yes.
So you still smell it still, because you obviously couldn't wash the
Whoa,
armor.
how the heck do you know how Jeremy smells?
We all know how each other smell. I mean, we're fets. We're clones of each other. We share the same sweat.
Well, we had really nice, well-trained wardrobe people. Every night they used to wash all the costumes, and then the next morning they were nice and clean and warm because they came just out of the dryer. And so every day.
What
you
about
had
your
a clean
bucket?
costume. Because we were sweating like crazy out there because it was so hot. It was like 120, no shade. It was horrible. And
It's
Yeah.
horrible wearing the costume inside a cool air conditioning building, let
No,
alone
it's
out in the
not. No, it's
scorching
not.
sun.
It's awesome wearing a costume.
No way. I'm telling you, it's so uncomfortable. The new one that they came out with, The Mandalorian, thank you, Dave Filoni. He gave pants so you could sit down, I could go toilet, It's like, you sit down, try to sit down in the Boba Fett armor, you're like, if you have your jetpack on, you're constantly like,
Boba Fett costume was okay.
no, it's so uncomfortable.
The worst one was the Gamorrean guard. That was
For heat.
that was awful. You could not survive with that head on for longer than 2 minutes.
Did they pump air in?
I actually have a funny story about that one. Is it funny?
No, it's
yes,
beautiful.
It's funny.
We'll be the judge about it. We'll let you know.
Yeah, just tell us it and we'll let you know.
So we're doing the scene where Luke Skywalker gets onto the barge deck and he starts fighting all these people around there. And one of the Gamorrean guards get knocked down by Luke Skywalker. So we do that scene, and take one, he comes in and he goes whop, 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 he knocks me, and I'll go on the deck and cut, perfect, wonderful. But because of the suit and because of the extended arms and because of the head and everything, I could not get up by myself. Impossible. So 3 guys walked in after they cut. They picked me up and we do take 2. Luke Skywalker comes in, knocks me over, I'm on the floor, and they cut. Then the 3 guys come in, pick me up, put me back on my feet again, and we do take 3. So take 3, he comes in, bang, 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 knocks me over, and then they cut, and then they called lunch. And lunch on a film set is mayhem. Everybody runs for the kitchen because they want to be there first. They don't want to stand in line.
It's like the military.
For the 1 hour that you have lunch. And so, including the 3 guys, everybody took off. They forgot about me. I'm still there. So now I'm on the floor with the head on. I can't take the head off because of the extended arms. And next thing I don't know is I passed out. I'm done. And next thing I do know, the head is off, and Princess Leia is slapping me in my face.
That's funny.
She woke me up. And what happened was, I was supposed to meet her in her trailer because we had to go through a scene that we had to do the next day. And she was in the same scene, because that's just before he gets to her, and then they swing away on that rope. And so she was in the scene, and she realized that when I didn't come to her trailer, that I was still up there on the deck, and that they left me. So she took 2 guys, went back up there, and woke me up. And in retrospect, like, she actually saved my life, because I would not be here if it wasn't for her waking me up, because I was rebreathing my own air. It was 120 with this latex costume on, you know, it was horrible. But as I said, I wouldn't have been dead if it wasn't for Princess Leia. And she was wearing the slave suit as well.
That's just the cherry
That's
on
the
top.
topper.
That was good. That was good.
You just made every fanboy
So it was like a
jealous now.
dream. It was like a dream, really. Waking
So-
up out of a nasty dream.
So just to recap, for lunch, you were the last in line, I guess.
I still had to get out of the costume. So by the time I got to the kitchen, it was gone. You know.
I've never heard that story. That's what I love about doing stuff like this at iCCC, is doing these great shows and getting to hear these great stories. I want to hear some of your questions, because we're running out of time. We're not running out of time, but come on, we got somebody
Don't worry
brave
about
enough.
that clock. We just keep on going. You know.
Yeah, you guys are fets.
The
we can
guys
do
in the
what we
back are
want.
like,
All right, do I have to start bribing you guys? Okay, I will give the first person who asks a question.
We don't see
I'll give a
anybody in
T-shirt
the
too.
pull the wire. Yeah, pull the
You
wire.
come, all right, come right up and ask your question to the,
They
to
put
the
the
mic.
spotlights on us, so you can't see what's going on back there. So they can say whatever they want. We just keep on going.
Hey, Dickie, real quick question. Where in Holland are you from?
Me?
Yeah.
Amsterdam.
Okay, because I lived right outside there in Soest.
The what?
In Soest, Amersfoort, Utrecht area.
Yeah.
That's where I was living for 2 years.
In Amersfoort. Okay.
Yep.
I was for a while I lived in a little town close to Amersfoort, which was called Soest.
That's where I was from. I was stationed at Soestburg.
That's where I lived for about 3 years, something like that.
I was at Camp in Amsterdam for 2 years.
Right.
Bless you.
Interesting.
Did they
Small
teach you how to
world.
swim? Did you swim with your clothes on and off? Then you're you're from Holland.
Yeah, Amsterdam's a wild city, man. Have you been there? It's a great place to go.
Amsterdam
I love
was
Amsterdam.
a wild city, not anymore. I went back about 4 years ago. Oh no, 2 years ago. I did a convention there, and I was surprised how things have changed there. It's a boring town now.
Really, I haven't been there in like 15 years, but it used to be wild back in the 90s.
It was crazy. It was crazy.
red light district?
Like, it's the only town in the world I know where you can go out and party for 24 hours. You just hop from one bar to the other.
Vegas,
and
baby.
Yeah, like the Dom Rock right there in the
Dom
middle.
Rock, yes.
I
That's
got the greatest
fantastic.
story
And
about the
then
red light.
You know the famous red
Yeah,
light
yeah.
district.
Oh, well, I forgot where I was.
You're-
No, I don't.
You can come by Daniel's booth. You guys will be here for the rest of the weekend. You can come by and get the red light story at Daniel's booth.
Yeah.
Not
Stop
here.
by for the red
That's
light.
There will be no red light.
That's
Red
the-
light
the other-
special.
the other
No
thing.
children.
No, actually, it's the greatest story ever. My wife, we go to Amsterdam, and we're right on the canals, and she says to me, oh, babe, can we go out and have a look at this red light district that I've heard about? I'm like, hell to the yes. Like, yeah. So she falls asleep. I'm like, oh man, should I wake her up? Like, do I wake her up and go, let's go out? We were meant to go out. What do I do? So I didn't wake her up and I fell asleep with the hopes of we'll go tomorrow. So the next day we go, we get a little picnic, set up a blanket, sit in one of the little grassy areas, and we're just watching everybody, right? Going by, it's like we're getting a free show right then and there. Well, one of the bodyguards or whatever, he comes over to us and he's like, you can't be sitting here. And we're like sitting there like crackers, wine, you know, enjoying the show. And he literally moves us along and he goes, you can't just sit here and like watch the show. So me and Katie were like literally forced to move along, but it was crazy. It's an amazing world we live in, and the world is, you know, everywhere is different. But I love Amsterdam. It's one of my most favorite places.
I used to.
Oh, I've been all over the windmill. I've been by the windmills, down by the seashores. Like, I love it.
You did the touristy stuff.
No, I drove. I rented a car last time, which I don't recommend doing in Amsterdam.
It's better with a bike.
Yeah.
No, I mean...
No, they'll steal your bike and your car. Amsterdam's rough. I don't know what it's like now. You're saying it's changed, but it was rough back. I had my car broken into. They took my stereo.
Try parking your car over there. It's like $100 an hour.
No, I was... When I was still living there,
I rented a damn car.
I was lucky because I was the only stunt guy in the Netherlands, and people knew me because I was always on television and my name was always floating around. So if I had to go to a club or a bar or something like that, I never had to stand outside and wait. All I had to do was knock the door and I went, oh yeah, it's you? Okay, how many people? And then I have 5 or 6 stunt people with me. They were working with me, and you're straight in, you know? So that makes it fun. But then
I've been
if you have to
standing outside the club when the hot chicks
in
gets to
line,
go right in. You're like, I thought we were at count right now. You're like, oh, well, 5 hot chicks get to go in. And there's the dickie, and I'm sitting out in the cold like, you know what I'm saying? And there's the dickie like, I just knock on the door. It's those hot girl problems. Damn it,
Did you have to
Dickie.
buy a drink ever?
No.
Did you get a job at the end of it?
I never paid for any drinks. Never. Never paid for car parking, you know, for valet parking. Never. It was great.
That's the line.
Sounds like it.
So do we have any more questions from the audience? You can just step up to the mic, please.
Hey guys, how you doing? Could each of you tell us a little bit about your time after being involved with the actual production of the movies? Once those are over, obviously there's premieres and there's some fanfare. Right after the movie and while the movies are in the theater and really big, what has your experiences been like individually, obviously different time periods of this whole arc of, 45 years, 40 years. What have your individual experiences been like after the films kind of are out of the theaters and between, Lucasfilms and now Disney? What kind of involvement do you have, or what kind of things have you been a part of or tended? What has that life been like, post Star Wars?
I have a funny one about this one, and you will be shocked. 13 years ago, my daughter came home from school, and she goes like, "Daddy, you're famous." And I go like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And she said, "Well, there's a kid in school, and he has a book about Star Wars, and you're in there as one of the people who played Boba Fett." And I said, "Who the hell is Boba Fett?" Then she showed me the picture, and I went like, "Oh yeah, I remember putting that costume on." I said, "But I did 5 more characters in the same movie." And she said, No. You're famous because of Boba Fett." And I went, "Okay, fine, thank you." So that was my experience after the movie, because for me it was just another day in the office, a job. I went to do my job, was working on that movie. But it took until 13 years from now for my daughter to come back and make me remember that movie and what I actually did on it. But I totally forgot about it because it was just another show, just another movie that I did. Same as the Indiana Jones movies, forgot most of what I did on those movies, and it all comes back, when you start talking about it. But So straight after the movie, and when the movie came out, I didn't even see the movie. I didn't see any of the Star Wars
I did.
movies.
It was really good. It was really, really good.
Yeah,
yeah,
you
your
told me
movie
it was
was
good.
dope.
Yeah. What
And
I
they
did,
have a
what I
toy
did,
line that's even doper.
no, what I did see about it was pieces of it because I had to put my show reel together, and I took some pieces out of the movie into my show reel. That's the only thing the only time that I actually watched the movie for pieces of it, not the whole
Dare
thing.
you? You come into
Unlike
my house
him.
and you're watching Star Wars.
I didn't know about him until I met him for the first time. You know?
And you were
And
like,
then
I think
what
I
did I
hosted
do
to
to the
me,
heavens?
he's
Was that in
baby
Rhode
fat.
Island? I think I hosted that panel when you first met him.
Yeah, that's
Rhode Island.
and I call him baby fat because that's what he is, you know.
And then, that's right. And you were calling, it was the same, we had all the Fets at that panel, and you were calling Jeremy Grandpa Fett. And Jeremy goes, he goes, I'm fine with being called a grandpa, I am one. And looked at you as baby Fett. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
I think that's the one thing with us Boba Fett's that we've all had like a great relationship, you know? And it's kind of like the Darths. You go up to the Darths and they really like Darth Vader. You come up to the Fets, we're all the same, you know? And Jeremy was the one who kind of was that matriarch to give us that platform to stand on being, you know? He was a gentleman.
What I always found funny if we did panels with Jeremy, John Morton, and Tamura, and you and me, is like Jeremy and John, they were the serious ones. They were always talking about crap that nobody wants to hear, you know. And then Daniel and me, we were turning the place upside down, which was fun.
Yeah.
We still have fun. You can tell, you know. Like I still love him. He comes to I let him into my house, you know, like.
My kid calls his wife grandma.
No, your son called my wife grandma.
That's what I said. So he has these goats, and there's one with like this one little horn. He tells me, hey, watch your son with the goat. And I'm the kind of dad, I'm like, oh, he'll learn on his own. So they go on out there, and his wife and my son are out there, and his wife starts telling Kane, like, okay, watch out for the one, because he kind of comes up and nods. And as she's telling him, he turns and says, oh, good job, Grandma, or something like that, right? And I look at her, I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. She's like, it's okay. I look like a grandma. It's totally fine. I was like, oh.
Yeah. Mark, you got a little bit story about your post-Star Wars world? Because you've had a pretty busy couple decades since your time on the special edition.
Sorry, we forgot.
But I mean, the shoot was in 1994, and they released the movie in '97. But nobody knew who I was, the hell I was, till 2015, when I started going on social media, and then people started picking up. So it's only really the last 5 years that I've been on the radar as a Boba Fett. I was anonymous from 1994 to 2015. I was always doing conventions, but animation conventions. I was the animation guy, the Disney animator. So I was doing lectures on animation, how to get into animation and improve your animation, and doing conferences and big talks in like Miami and places like that. So this is new for me. I'm new on the convention kind of scene. So yeah, I was anonymous until people found me. But yeah, I would never have foreseen this because of all those decades of nothing, you know.
Well, same here, you know. I didn't do conventions until I told that story about my daughter coming home. I was doing a movie in Albuquerque, and one of the stunt guys that was working for me, he happened to have a comic book store. So I told him that story about my daughter coming home, telling me that I was famous. And he said, you should go and do these Comic Cons. And I said, and then what? And then he said, well, you probably make some money. And I said, you know what? If that is the case, then you set it up for me and arrange it, and I'll be there. You tell me what to do. And then you take 10%. And he went like, deal. 2 months later, he gets me the first convention in Dallas. And that was it. That was my introduction to the conventions, to the Comic Cons. And I'm sitting behind this table, and he laid out all the characters that I played. And he was sitting next to me and telling my story, and I was just sitting there listening because I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. and so I'm sitting there, and all I was doing was signing and handing the picture over, and then he took the money, put it in a box, and I went like, this is great. and now, so this is going on, and then I went from one to the other, and slowly my memory started working again, and all the stories came back, you know, like I have tons of stories. I can still, like, we only have 2 more minutes, but I can go on for an hour.
You know what? The clock ran out, and I just singled them, and they added 3 minutes.
Oh, well.
Just for you. And you.
Is that it? So we have a minute. We have a minute ahead.
Do you want to just count it down for the rest of it? Okay, it's 2:36, 2:35.
Like my other
Shut
story,
up, Dickie. Let me talk now.
My other story is taking too long.
Come on.
So
I need to talk. Kinda.
Do we have one
It's your
last
turn
question?
now.
Do we have one last question from the audience? Good, I'll ask one. Let me ask you a question. What's the hardest stunt you've ever done? Doesn't have to be Star Wars.
It's not Star Wars. It's there's no stunts are not hard. They're pretty easy if you get enough money and enough time to prep yourself and rehearse it properly. Then it should be a walk in the park, and that's what I always try to do. But the one that I'm the most proud of is my first 100-foot fall into an airbag. And how that happened was like years ago. I built my own airbag to do high falls into. And I went to a fire station to teach myself how to fall into airbags. Like you go head first, backwards, sideways, face-offs, you know, like turning last minute into the airbag. So I taught myself from 60 feet because the practice tower at the fire station was only 60 feet high. And I did that for about 2 days, and I was pretty confident that I could do high falls from now on. Then after...
One sec, Dickie. How big is 60 feet in like stores, like floors?
6 stories.
6 stories.
6 stories.
10 foot, 10 feet.
10 feet a story.
So you jumped higher than the hotel.
Yes, yeah. Anyway, I get a...
My hands just went wet.
I get... So 3 weeks after I taught myself how to do that, I get a phone call, and we have this town in the Netherlands where a historical person threw himself off the church tower, killed himself to save the people in his village. It's a true story that happened a long time ago. Somebody wrote a book about it, and for the promotion of this book, they wanted somebody to do the fall of that same church tower. So they called me, and they said, we have this thing, and we want to televise it, and papers are going to be there. Can you do it for us? And I said, well, I don't know. I went over there, and I looked at the church tower, and I went from looking up, and I couldn't get in it. That was the problem. I couldn't get in the tower. And I looked up, and I went, it's a little bit higher than what I've done so far, but yeah, I will do it. So we do the deal.
Hang on, how many stories is the church?
And I'm not finished yet.
Well,
So
oh, man.
I'm looking at the church tower from the outside, and because there's no stories, it's just a tower. I went, it's okay. It's a little bit higher than the 60 that I've done now, up until now, but I will be okay. So a week later, I come around, put the airbag down. I have a friend with me. We put the airbag down, and I get in the tower and go to the top. And you know, the church tower is like a square tower with a peak on it. And around the peak is like a little walkway, about, you know, a foot wide walkway. And then there's a wall that's about this high and a foot wide. So I get there, I push myself up, and I look over the edge, and I went like, holy fuck. This,
That's kids. I mean, my hands are so wet.
that big 18 by 24 feet airbag is now a stamp on the floor. Plus the fact that the wind was blowing and it was moving. So I'm looking up, and I went, I'm never going to do this. This is too high. This is too much. So I asked the owner of the church guy. I asked, how high is this tower? And he said 100 feet. And I went like, okay.
10 stories.
My heart started pounding like crazy, you know. And I had my friend with me, and I said to him, I got to do this because they paid me already. And the TV is there.
Money! He's like, oh, God, risk my life.
The television stations are there. There's 50,000 people watching it. I gotta go. I have to do it. But I don't think I'm gonna survive this. And so my friend went like, "What are you gonna do?" I said, "I gotta go. I gotta do it." And so I'm sitting there waiting for them to tell me to go. And I'm telling him, my friend, and I said like, "Listen, this is my bank account. Give that to my girlfriend, so she can take the money out. And the airbag, you can sell that to these guys in England. They will want it. And my car is yours." And you know, it went like this. And he said, "Are you crazy?" And I said, "I gotta do it because they paid me. You know, like I got $5,000. I got $5,000
Really?
to jump off that tower."
This is 30 years ago. $5,000 is like
a lot of money.
40 grand.
That was a lot of money. Anyway,
More to whack someone.
anyway, so they get onto the walkie-talkie that I have with me, and they say, "Are you ready to go? Are you ready to go?" And I said, "Yes." And so I climb up on this ledge, and I stood there, and I looked down, and I went like, deep breath, and still my heart's still going, and then I went like, I should be okay. And I started up and down, this 1 foot wide, couldn't hold anything. So I'm starting to pace up and down, and I said, "Okay, guys, I'm ready for you." And the moment I said I'm ready, I was completely calm, and I said, "I'm gonna be fine." And then they went, "And action," and I went down, hit the airbag, came off it, and I walked away. And
All right,
it made me. That's what I'm the most proud of, the fact that I actually did it. But what I learned from it was that I was too cocky and too confident that I could do it without actually prepping myself properly, because I should have looked at that fall from the top, not from the bottom. And I should have gone to another place and worked myself up to the 100 feet that I had to fall off. So I should have found a place to practice from 60 and go higher and higher and higher and higher, instead of going from 60 to 100.
So did you still give your friend your car?
Yeah.
Did your friend still get the car at the end of it?
I hate to jump in the middle of 3 Boba Fetts, but we got to keep moving. Unfortunately, we got so much great
We've
stuff
been frozen in carbonite.
You know, David, I was just going to say I saw the entire security force from the company back there, like intimidating to get me off the stage. But guys, I want to thank you for coming.
There's no cops yet, so
I know.
we
gotta
wait
go.
for the cop.
The clock ran
You
out.
thought it
3
was the
minutes ago.
Kevin Lau show. It's the Dickie Beer show,
It's
baby.
the Dickie Beer. So everybody, thank you for coming to the Dickie Beer Show. Ladies and gentlemen, the Fets.
Wait, hang on 1 second.
Give a big round of applause.
Thank you guys so much for coming to the iCCC, for entrusting in Mike and his family to put on this wonderful event. Guys, without you guys, it would not have been as successful and as wonderful as a time. Not only from me and the Feds, thank you for coming and supporting us this whole weekend, but thank you for supporting the iCCC. Come back next year. Bring your kids. Be like Wingman. Greg, bring your dogs, your animal. Just keep them to a small size, you know. And yeah, come on back next year. Thank you so much for everything.
Keep it
guys.
going. Ladies and gentlemen, if you please stay in your seats for just a moment, there's something you're not going to want to miss. Folks that are at home in YouTube, stay with us for just a moment. You're not going to want to miss the next presentation. And then after that, we have a one-on-one interview with Larry Kinney, the voice of some of your favorites from the 1980s. So stay tuned and stick around. Don't go away. We have something special coming up in just a moment. Hang tight, everybody, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I said I have something special for you. I have somebody special in the back who wants to come out and Somebody yelling at me. Ah, no. Somebody special in the back who wants to come out and make a quick presentation here for everybody. Can I please introduce the incomparable Andrea Havens? Thanks for joining me on stage finally. Let's see. You're on. They will control you from the booth. Number 5. 2 seconds. There we go. We got you coming. All right. You should be good.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hello,
Andrea.
everyone. How are you? I hope you're all having fun. We have a very special presentation today for my husband. So if you'll please join us on the stage.
Everyone give it a round of applause for Michael Havens. Keep it going. He's sauntering.
So he has no idea this is going on, by the way. So.
Why don't we bring a few more guests out here? Can I get some Boba Fetts out here, please?
Sorry.
Are the Boba Fetts still back there? There we go. We got one more time for Dickie Bear, Daniel Logan, and Mark Anthony Austin. Come on up. If anyone doesn't know, Boba Fett is Michael's favorite character, so I figure for a great presentation, what better than waiting to have 3 Boba Fetts up here on stage with him?
Yeah, thanks, guys, for joining us. So our wonderful Kim Simmons has made this print of the original first Boba Fett. Now, all 3 of them have signed it. Mr. Swearingen has also signed it. Thank you very much. They're hiding in the back. They didn't want to be on stage. And Kim, I told him he has to sign it, but he will sign it later because he doesn't want to be up here. So.
Isn't it beautiful? If you guys haven't seen Kim Simmons' photography, it's just absolutely incredible. We want to thank you so much, Michael. You've been such an inspiration to everybody here. You've helped put this thing together. This show is for collectors, by collectors. This man is a real collector, and he's a real friend, and he's a great guy. So we're happy to have him. You got it. Another round for Michael Havens.
Thank you, everyone.
Andrea Havens. This is the behind the scenes. If you guys don't know, she does as much, if not more, than Michael. So give it a round of applause for Andrea as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We're going to sign some shirts here real quick, but we'll be right back in just a few moments. We have Larry Kenny. He is the voice of Lion-O, if you remember Thundercats. And I got some excited people in the room. Yes. Keep up the excitement. We will be back in just a couple minutes with Larry Kenny and Lion-O live on stage. See you soon. Hey, don't do it without me. IC admins, one more picture, please. Robin, Andrea. Robin. Hello, iCCCon. If you're here to see my one-on-one interview with Larry Kenney, come please have a seat. Come. You're not going to want to miss this. If you don't know him by name, you know him. You've seen this man's voice. You've seen it with your own eyes. He is Count Chocula. He is Sonny, the Cocoa Bird from Cocoa Puff cereal. He even has some surprises that we're going to share with you. I'm going to try to get some information out of him as well. Probably the most famous role that you might know this gentleman from is Lion-O from the Thundercats. Isn't that amazing? Let me introduce you. Please give a warm round of applause for Mr. Larry Kenney.
Thank you. Great entrance, huh? Hi.
Come on up.
How are you? How are you?
Excellent. Welcome.
Where are you? There you are.
We got
How
some
you
people.
doing?
We got some people mingling about, and come on in. Have a seat, guys. Come on in. Come on in. Come
May
get
I
comfortable.
sit?
Have a seat. Have
All
a
right.
seat.
How y'all doing? Good. You look good.
So, we're just going to have a casual conversation and chat a little bit about voice acting and some of the many characters that you've done over the years. Lengthy career up to today. You're not retired. You're still going full force. You started in radio. Did I read 1968?
63.
60.
1963.
63. And you were a young buck at that time.
Everything was black and white back then. The sky, everything was black and white.
That's what I thought growing up.
Yeah, 1963, yeah.
And that was your own radio show. At that time, you were very young.
Yeah, I just, about 2 weeks before my 16th birthday, I think.
Almost 16 years old.
Yeah, 15, 16, yeah.
That's a pretty early age to get into radio.
As a disc jockey, not a DJ like they have today, but on the radio, playing records and talking, telling jokes and things like that.
Is that where you started working on your different voices and playing with your vocal abilities?
Actually, my mom tells me, and she's still with us, she's 95, God bless her, tomorrow. She tells me that from the time I was talking, I started talking, I would imitate voices on cartoon shows and movies and things like that. And so I always enjoyed doing that, I always enjoyed doing it. And at parties and things, stuff like that. School, when I shouldn't have been doing the funny voices.
Were you the class clown?
As a matter of fact, I always said I'd love to have a nickel for every, well, I do have a nickel for everyone. Every teacher or principal, school principal, or any authority figure, for every time they said to me, Larry, I hope when you grow up, you find a way to make a living with those little funny voices that you do. Well, I did. So I was doing those mostly to entertain myself and my friends, And when I got the job on radio, I incorporated that into my radio show. Between records, I would tell jokes and make up funny little characters.
Did you make dialogue? Is that how you had dialogue with other people, essentially?
I would talk back and forth as one character and another character, And I kept doing that. I moved in radio from Peoria, Illinois, where I'm from. Then I went to Fort Wayne, Indiana, moving up larger and larger cities and stations. And then I went to Chicago, Cleveland, and then about 40-some years ago, I got to New York. And that's where I started doing commercials. And of course, the cartoon shows and things like that.
Certainly. And you hit it pretty big in radio. You were on a very, very long-running radio show for many, many years.
Yeah.
As a regular member of the team.
Yeah, that's right. Imus in the Morning. Anybody ever listen to Imus in the Morning or watching him on TV? Yeah, I was on that show for 35 years with Don Imus.
What type of characters did you do on that show?
On that show, I did mostly impressions of politicians and famous people of the day.
Who's your favorite politician to?
Well, it was actually Richard Nixon. Not his politics. I didn't care so much for those. I don't care much about politics, but it's a fun voice to do, And I would do Henry Kissinger and people like that. And it was a long run, 35 years.
Do you recall what your first commercial was?
I don't recall what my first commercial was. The first commercial, because I've done thousands and thousands of commercials. The first animated commercial I did, animated character on a commercial, was Count Chocula. And I've been the voice of Count Chocula's cereal for 40 years. And Cocoa Puffs, I also do, Cocoa Puffs? Up here, I won't go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Yahoo! And Count Chocula, of course, sounds like Count Chocula cereal is coming your way. How about a monster for breakfast today? I got to sing on that one.
Count Chocula is my absolute favorite.
Thank you.
Now growing up,
I'm still doing commercials.
We all had the Count Chocula cereal. I always thought Count Chocula was the best of the three.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Frankenberry was okay, close second, but and Boo Berry, so-so. Count Chocula, my favorite.
Thank you. I didn't let my kids eat it, but it's been well for me.
A lot of sugar.
No, they tried it, and they didn't care for it. Which was funny, because I'm out there plugging it to millions of people. You must feed this to your children. And my kids said, no, thanks. I'm only joking. I'm sure they tried it.
So that's a pretty big gig early on in your voice acting career. Well, you've got some notoriety already at this point in radio, but early
Yeah.
in your commercial career.
Sure. Yeah, that was a big. I mean, I had done hundreds and maybe thousands of commercials before that, but they were, things that ran for a couple of months, and then But I've been very lucky in that both Count Chocula and Cocoa Puffs have been a very long-running thing. Normally in this business, you don't get a job that lasts years and years. Usually if you do a commercial, it might run for a year, and then use somebody else on it or make a different commercial, things like that. So I've been very lucky. In fact, I'm currently in my 22nd year of a commercial. You might recognize Feel the Rainbow, Taste the Rainbow. Skittles, candies, that's me. Yeah.
I have my
I'm
Skittles.
everywhere. You just can't see me. I like it that way.
Where my Skittles go? I had a bag of Skittles
brought
here because
Skittles
I was gonna make you do it. I was gonna make you do it, but
Oh,
you already did it for me. Yeah, I guess I brought some Skittles.
It's one of my favorite jobs I've ever done because each time I go in, I only have to say 6 words. Something the rainbow, taste the rainbow. It's always, feel the rainbow, taste the rainbow. Discover the rainbow, taste the rainbow.
How long does it take a voice actor to actually record that? How many takes does it take? I mean, how long is your day when you're recording a Skittles commercial?
About 20 minutes.
So it's easy. They're not making you do it 500 times.
No, you
You do it a few times and you're
I've
good.
been doing it so much,
At your level.
so long, that they. I once said to them, what we could do is have you rent a studio or book a studio for the entire day, and I'll come in and we'll just do every verb in the English language, Atomize the rainbow, taste the rainbow, zoom the rainbow, taste the rainbow.
So he would be the Siri of Skittles.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But no, we don't do that. So I have to go in every time and say it over again about 12 times. But it's fun.
Do you have a studio in your home that you work out of these days?
I have not a complete studio, but I have a good microphone and a good computer, and I use GarageBand, which is an Apple product.
Certainly.
And it's the quality coming out of it is good enough for auditions, to send an audition to my agent or to an advertising agency. But it's not air quality.
Is the industry standard the actor goes into the professional studio, records, or is it different for different voice actors?
No, that's almost everything that's going to be on the air, you have to go into a studio, so the quality is perfect, Like I said, my little home studio the product sounds good enough that you can send an audition in for them to listen to decide if they want you then to go into a regular studio and record the final product.
Absolutely. So going back to the history, so you land Count Chocula. Where does your career go from there?
Well, shortly after that, I got an audition, a call from my agent to go audition for a new animated series, a cartoon series, that they were going to start doing called Thundercats.
I've heard of that one.
Yeah. All right. And it's the same process for auditioning for a commercial or a part in a movie, a part in a play, anything like that. You have to audition. So I got to the audition. My assigned time was, let's say, 2 o'clock on a Tuesday afternoon, something like that, So you show up, and there's 100 other guys and ladies sitting there, waiting for their turn. And the walls are covered with illustrations of the characters. They gave us a written synopsis of what the show was about and what the characters were like generally. And then they say to you, which 2 would you like to audition for? 1 mutant, and that's the bad guys, Mumra's guys, and 1 Thundercat. See, ended up with a cast of 5. There were 5 of us in the cast who did all the voices on all 130 episodes.
How many characters would you say in all is that through the whole?
Hundreds.
Hundreds of characters.
Hundreds of characters.
How many characters on average would you voice in, say, 1 episode on average?
Oh, there were times when I would do 5 or 6 on 1 episode. More often 2 or 3, But as the show went on, it was on for 3 years. and they had to keep writing new characters into the show to keep it fresh. You know, after a while, you run out of ideas for what this character will do and that character will do. So they add new characters, like the Rober Burbles, if you guys remember those guys, and Safari Joe, and I was also Safari Joe, by the way. G'day, mate. Then when they would write the new characters in, and they would come up in the script while we're recording, we would stop and discuss, all of the actors and the producers, what this guy should sound like. And then we would kind of do mini auditions, you know, between the 5 of us. And we'd kind of all agree upon, yeah, that should be this character. Let's have him do that character, or have her do this character.
Is the full cast in the recording booth at the same time?
It's a good question, because back then, we worked with everybody in the cast in the room at all times. Whenever we were recording an episode, we were all in there. Today, though, it's a very different business, it's a very different situation in recording studios. Most of the time now, it's one actor at a time in a little booth, which I still can't get used to. It's no fun, you know what I mean?
You need that one interaction.
I shouldn't say that. It's fun. Hey, you're working and you got a job, you know, and all that, and it's still fun to do the voices and things. But to me, it was so much better to have we had a semicircle with 5 microphones and copy stands, you know, keep your script on. So you can all see each other and play off each other, you know, which is very important to an actor. And I have no idea. It's never been explained to me why today they do it the other way, with one actor at a time in the booth. There must be some reason that they like it that way, but I can't figure it out. It's just not as, and I think it's not a matter of fun, really. I said it fun, but I meant, I think any actor will tell you that it's better to have other people there to play off of, to get response from, you know. When you're in the booth by yourself, of course, you have to imagine what it sounds like when they say the next line. And I just like it the other way better.
When you arrive at the studio to record an episode, or however many episodes you're recording at one time, you all get in the same room together. Do you do a read-through before you start recording?
Yeah.
So you read through the whole script in one go, and then you'll start the actual production recording.
Well, we do, you know, they send you the script about a week before you're going to record. So you can peruse it at home, you know, and get an idea. And actors work in different individual ways. Some actors will spend the whole week reading it over and over and rehearsing it out loud. That's their method. Mine has never been that. I'll look it over a couple of times and then go in and record it. For me, I feel better about doing it that way. I feel it's more fresh. It's not overly memorized. It's a little more spontaneous for me. I like it that way.
Sure. Now, Thundercats, is this your first full-length animated cartoon? Is this the first full-length acting job going from commercials into?
Well, I did some soap operas.
Okay.
A couple of movies. Nothing that you would know. I don't even know if they even got into the theaters.
Did you learn anything in that transition, moving from a voice artist from commercials, and in radio, moving into full episodic television shows?
I'm sure I did. I mean, you're always learning. If you're doing your job right, you're always learning new ways to do things better and things like that. But I can't sit here and point out one thing that I learned that because of this.
Certainly.
You know what I mean? It's a process.
Absolutely. Let's talk about some other characters. I'm sure we will definitely come back to Thundercats a little bit for the Thundercats fans. You did some other cartoon big franchises right around that same period. Silverhawks.
Yeah, we did Silverhawks right after Thundercats for the same company. Rankin Bass was the company that produced all of those. Thundercats, Silverhawks. We did a show called Tiger Sharks. And then we did a Saturday morning cartoon show. What was it called? It was a 2-hour show, but it was 15 minutes for each show. They were mini shows. In fact, one of them was called Mini Monsters on ABC on Saturday mornings. I don't know if you ever heard that. One was Karate Cat. And they were all but for the same company, Rankin Bass. And then most of the same people in those casts, we did several holiday animated cartoons. You know, some of them are still on the air every Christmas time. Star for Jeremy, The Life and Adventures of Santa Claus. You know, that one was actually wasn't animated. It was claymation. It's called. You know what claymation is? You know,
Like a stop motion.
Yeah. What was your question? I forgot. Hey, I'm old.
no worries. I have a horrible memory myself. Just transitioning from the Thundercats era and into Silverhawks and Tiger Shark. Sorry. See, my memory now.
Oh, that's okay. That's all right.
Moving from the 80s into the 90s, was there a transition into any different franchises that were, or different highlights of your career moving into the 90s or into the 2000s?
Well, the business has changed a lot, and of course, one of the newest things for us voice actors is video games. It's become a big source of income and you know, a big help to our careers. I've been on several video games, Grand Theft Auto 4, Mafia 2.
There's another big one that's one of my favorites, Red Dead Redemption 2.
Red Dead Redemption 2.
J.B. Cripps, if you make it past the original gameplay, moving into the post log into the online, I believe.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, I have a friend who told me last night he found out about my interview today, and he said, you don't understand how important that is to me, because Red Dead Redemption 2 got me through such a dark time in my career, and the characters like yours that you brought to life were a part of that. And he made a point to mention that to me. How does that make you feel, that you're voicing this animated cartoon character, and the character of J.B. Cripps is kind of a questionable character in his own right?
Know the game? Red Dead Redemption 2. Do you know the character J.B. Cripps? Yeah. He's a kind of a scoundrel, you know. But he's funny, you know. I think the first line I had in that game was, well, she claimed to be royalty, but she had a head the size of a pumpkin.
How is it different recording voices for a video game compared to a cartoon show or a television commercial?
Recording the voices is pretty much the same as a commercial or anything else.
I imagine the script is very different in the way it's written, because you're essentially reading lines, I suppose.
Your dialogue.
Yeah, certainly. You're reading dialogue, but you're not necessarily probably in the same studio with the other actors at this. And the dialogue.
No. Again, when you're doing the voices, you're by yourself.
Exactly.
But the thing about video games is when you are I don't even know how to explain this. When you're just doing the voice, you're in a little booth. When you are doing, quote, on camera, you're not really on camera because you're still voicing a character. But like with Cripps, recording these video games is so much different than recording a movie, you know, filming a movie or whatever. First of all, when you arrive at the job, they put you in a spandex suit, full body suit, boots, everything's covered, helmet that has a little pipe coming out of it, down in front of your face with a microphone and a light constantly in your eyes. And they put little patches all over you, contact points. And those eventually tell the computers. I know it sounds like I don't know what I'm talking about, but it's so hard to explain.
It's motion capture.
It's mocap. That's what it is. It's motion capture. And maybe if I had just said that, probably a lot of people by now have seen what it is, right? And I'm talking to you like
we've got time.
It's brand new and it's never been seen before. Thank you. You helped me. It's motion capture. And so before you even go on to the stage, which is not really a stage, it's in a huge old hangar. In fact, the company bought it from Grumman, the rocket makers. It's a place where they used to make the rockets that fly to the moon. And there are thousands of cameras. It looks like this, but these would be cameras, not lights. everywhere. And instead of props, instead of walking over to a desk and there's a desk there or a couch, they're just like pieces of wood that represent. I remember in one of the episodes or one of the parts of the game, my character was to climb onto a horse and ride off. Well, when you see it on the video game, of course, it's my character hopping up on the horse, and it looks like a real horse. What it really was a barrel on some 2x4s with a saddle on it. Actually, it was a real saddle. And a little mop thing for its tail. But when you see it again, it looks like reality. As a matter of fact, while you're recording it, there are monitors all over the walls, and you can look up and see yourself or your character, but you're doing the movements. The character walks like I walk. That's where those patches come in. The computer learns how you walk, and before you even start taping or filming, you go into a little ante-room that again has an arc of 1,000 cameras or 100 cameras probably, and you stand there and the guy behind the computer says, okay, smile as big as you can. Now frown. Now move your right arm to this. And that whole time the computer is learning your movements and learning how to make the character do it the way you do it. It's crazy.
It sounds like a significantly more physically demanding job than recording the voice of a cartoon character.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is.
You are essentially acting the role.
That's right.
As opposed physically. To just the voice.
And physically,
Was that the first experience you had with motion capture?
It was, yeah. And I've done a couple more since then, and it's my fascination for it has waned a little bit because at first, I've never seen anything like this before. It's the first time I've done it, and it's so cool. I mean, that's just the word for it. This is so cool. I mean, you look up at the monitor and wave at yourself, and it waves back at you. And you don't see your own face. It's the character's face. But all those movements are the ones that you taught the program to move like
That's an interesting fact I did not realize about the motion capture, at least in this instance. I did not realize that they already had the animation in place prior to you coming in and doing the filming
and they're just
for
kind
it.
of plugging you into it.
That's quite incredible.
Yeah, it's fascinating. But the more you do it, of course, it becomes second nature. And I no longer walk into the missile silo and go, wow, look at this. Now it's okay, let's get to work. Take 34, let's go.
There's some anticipation about a video game that's coming out sometime in the future, and it's gotten some press here recently. Any Grand Theft Auto fans? Grand Theft Auto 6 is coming out. Any word if Larry Kinney will be voicing any characters? In
Which
Grand
one
Theft?
is it? I'm sorry.
Grand Theft Auto 6.
Oh, Grand Theft Auto 6. Well, they skipped me on 5.
They did skip you on 5. I didn't realize that.
I have not heard anything yet. But in this business, it's not the kind of a thing where you know that 6 months from now you're going to have this job. You audition for something, and you audition for it maybe a week before it's going to be filmed or taped or whatever you're going to do. So that's a lot of times people will ask me, "What do you got coming up? You got any movies coming up soon?" I have no idea. I'll know tomorrow if I've got one coming next week. So you kind of have to always be, available, and when you do get the job, you got to be ready to get in there and do it.
Is anything coming up tomorrow?
Let's see. Did I audition this week? No, nothing.
Nothing coming up tomorrow.
No, but maybe Thursday. Maybe who knows?
Who knows? You'll know Wednesday.
I have to check my phone and see if I'm working Thursday.
Anything that you've done recently that we should be watching for in the near future?
Good question. Except for, I did 2 new Skittles commercials this past week.
We've got new Skittles commercials. I love Skittles.
But I haven't done any films or any video games that'll be coming out soon.
Okay.
It's just a constant, and down. When you first start in the business, it's a little frightening because, you know, if you have a quote, a regular job in any business, you know that you're going to have that job tomorrow, the next day, and then. When you're an actor, whether it's in film or on Broadway or in cartoons or commercials, every time you get a job, yeah, I got it. It's a great job. I'm going to be on Red Dead Redemption 2. Okay, and then you do it, and now it's like, okay, now what's? I got nothing next week. I got nothing the week after that.
It's contract to contract.
Yeah, and so when you're young, especially, and you're just starting out, you usually don't have very much in reserve. Money, you know, you haven't been. So you're kind of up in the air between jobs. But when you get older, you know, like I'm established and I'm smart enough to save a little money.
Is it
but
different?
I'm also at a point now where I don't have long periods between work.
Is it different when you are the voice for specific characters? Does that change a voice actor's career? Does that mean, okay, I'm Sonny the Cocoa Bird. I don't need to worry as much about the next job because I know that Cocoa Puffs is going to call me in a few weeks, and that kind of leads me kind of into a two-part question. How often these days would you be recording for Cocoa Puffs or Count Chocula? I imagine Count Chocula is only going to be something very close to that Halloween season, just enough time for them to edit it and get it out in time.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, for both Count Chocula and Cocoa Puffs, we haven't done any new commercials for either. Well,
how long has it been?
Well, about 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they've phased them out. They phased out the characters. They call them mascots in the business. Sonny the Cocoa Puffs bird is the mascot for Cocoa Puffs. Tony the Tiger is the mascot for Flakes, you know. So even though, but any time in show business, yeah, you'll get a job that like the Cocoa Puffs commercial. I had it for 39 years, but still, I never knew when it was going to end. And one day it did. It did end. Now they'll still occasionally call me to come in and record something for their website. Like General Mills has an interactive website for young people. You know, where you can play games. And you may be playing a Count Chocula game, and they'll have me come in and record, wonderful, you beat the game, your prize is 25 reasons.
I should have asked him to do the whole interview in that voice. I would have loved that.
So, you know, every few months they have me come in and do stuff like that.
So, in your long career, you've been doing this for a long time. I'm sure there's other actors that you've worked with over the years that you've enjoyed the experience. Are there any specific actors that you've worked with, or actors of specific characters that are memorable to you that you just look back and smile?
Yeah. Well, I've had the pleasure to work with some of the best actors in the world on both commercials and cartoon shows and video games, and so they're. People have their own quirks in any business, you know. So there are people that I remember fondly for the way they used to do things. The most memorable one is Earl Hammond, who played Mum-Ra in Thundercats, the head villain. Now, for those of you who've watched the cartoon, you know that Mum-Ra transforms from this mummy into a villain that's fire.
He's one of the scariest villains from the 80s. I mean, absolutely frightening.
A brilliant character. Earl Hammond played him beautifully, but the funny thing about Earl was, if you watch the cartoon, you know that when that transformation starts, Mum-Ra says, "Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form into Mum-Ra!" And you see the drool coming out of Mum-Ra's face. That stuff just comes from. Earl did that. I mean, he would slobber.
I think they call that method acting.
Yeah, that's what. Or it's just sloppiness, one or the other. But yeah, Earl would get so much into it, and sometimes he would go like, "Into Mum-Ra, the ever-living." And after we had recorded several shows, we all started noticing that this, and it was funny because we'd all start looking ahead in the script for when he was going to do that next, and we'd all start slowly moving back against the wall like this. One time I brought in as a joke, do you guys know Gallagher, the comedian? I brought in a big piece of plastic and held it up like this so it wouldn't get all slobber all over it. But that was one of the funniest things that I remember.
Let's. We've got a few minutes left, and I got hands coming up already. We got
good.
questions. I know one of the questions you guys are gonna ask. I'm saving it for the end. Okay, I'm saving it. But let's go ahead and let's start. Ladies first. There's a microphone right behind you, if you don't mind, so YouTube Live can hear your question.
This is not an audition, so don't be nervous.
So I had a request, but I think the request is what you're going to wait for the last.
It's coming at the end.
Okay. So with this new rumor of the new Thundercat movie coming out,
Yeah.
how do you feel about that?
I think it's great. I mean, anything that prolongs the franchise, as we call it, Thundercats franchise, is wonderful. There have been rumors for years and years about a live-action movie. And as a matter of fact, Warner Brothers announced they announced in about 2010 that they were going to do a new Thundercats movie, a live-action movie. Well, for some reason, they shelved that and decided to do a new cartoon series, a new Thundercats cartoon series, which you may have seen or not, in 2011. Will Friedle played Lion-O in that one. I played Claudius, Lion-O's father, in that one. And so they decided to go with another TV series instead of doing the movie at the time. But now, in the last month or two, Warner Brothers has announced that they've hired a director. I forget his name, but he directed the Kong versus Godzilla movie, that's a recent one. And he's a huge Thundercats fan, and he promises the fans that if you like Thundercats, the TV show, you're going to love the movie. And I hope that's right. I hope he sticks pretty close to the...
That's exciting.
Yeah, it is exciting.
You've been involved in pretty much every iteration of Thundercats over the years.
Yeah.
The 3 different versions.
Yeah.
The original, then it was the Cartoon Network version. Am I mistaken?
Well, it was Warner Brothers.
Warner Brothers.
But it aired on Cartoon Network.
Exactly. And then there's the one that's very recent as well. And
also was on Cartoon
And that was
Network.
You were Claudius in that one.
No, the newest one, it's called Thundercats Roar.
That's right.
And everybody hates it. Everybody hates it.
You win some, you lose some.
Yeah. Well, you know what they were trying to do is, has anybody here seen the Thundercats Roar? And does everybody know Teen Titans Go? It looks a lot like that. It's drawn in a very crude way, a very minimalistic way. The characters are tiny, and they did it. They made it expressly for very small children. Whereas the original Thundercats was kind of like for your 12-year-old, 10, 15-year-old market, something like that. Turned out 40-year-olds were watching it, but also, and now they are watching it. But the Thundercats Roar thing, I think they've taken it off the air already. But I played Jaga on that one, the wise old ghost.
That's right. He was the original. He was prior to Lion-O. He was the. Am I correct?
Well, you mean in the original series?
In the original series, he was the character who was the leader.
No,
I'm
actually,
mistaken.
in the original
It's
series,
been a long time, guys.
Lion-O's father Claudius had been the original Lord of the Thundercats. Jaga was an ancient. He was one of the ancients.
Is he the one who made the planet explode?
I have no idea.
I think we have one more question in the audience. Let's move on before I show my lack of knowledge in Thundercats these days.
Lion-O was a small boy at that time, so I don't remember that. I only know what Lion-O knew.
Go right ahead, sir.
Hello, Larry.
Hi.
My question to you is, you mentioned earlier that you voiced many different characters. Did you ever use the wrong voice for the characters?
That's a really good question, and the answer is yes. We all did, because I think I mentioned that there were 5 of us in the cast, me and Peter Newman, Lynn Lipton, Earl Hammond, and Earl Hyman, who was, Earl Hyman was, oh my God, I can't believe I'm not remembering this now. Earl Hammond was Mumra. Oh, Earl Hammond was Panthro. Earl Hyman was Panthro. And for those of you who don't know, Earl Hyman was also Bill Cosby's father on the Cosby Show. Remember that wonderful old gentleman? He played Panthro on Thundercats. And now I've again forgotten what your question was. Don't get old. It's not fun. I mean.
Did you use the wrong voice for that was the question?
Right. Because of the fact that there were 5 of us in the cast, we had to do all the voices. Occasionally, maybe on 10 different episodes over 130, they would bring in another actor to do a particular character for whatever reason. But basically, it was all the 5 of us who did all the voices. So as you can imagine, there were times when I would start to read a line of Jackalman, and I would open my mouth to do Jackalman, and it would come out, I don't know why we have to do this. I mean, I don't know why we have to. And the really fun part was when you came to a part in the script where 2 of your characters, like for me, Lion-O and Jackalman, were talking to each other, having a dialogue back and forth. And sometimes you get that mixed up, You'd say, what are you doing, Jackalman? I don't know, Lion-O. Oh, wait, what are you doing, Jackalman? I don't know, Lion-O. Okay, I got it now. So sometimes you get a little mixed up. And also, there are times you'd come across a line by a character that had appeared maybe 20 episodes earlier, and you forget what you did. They have to replay it for you,
That was my next question. What do they do? You go back and listen to the audio.
They have everything on tape, and so you would just, I'm sorry, can you play that thing for me? I mean, I always remember what the voice was, but the nuances, the little thing, like for Jackalman, I had remembered that he doesn't just talk like this, he talks like this sometimes. So we must get the Thundercats, yes? So it was always fun to...
those subtle nuances in the inflection and the intonation,
yeah.
Absolutely. We got a few more questions. Let's go to a couple more questions in the audience. Well, we got about a minute and a half left. Who's next?
Hi, how you doing?
I was going to ask, is there ever like an example of like where somebody hires you to do like a voice for a commercial and you do it like one time and then they use the same voice for like 20 years and they never call you back to do another?
I'm going to repeat the question for YouTube since the mic wasn't working on that one. Is there a time that you've recorded a audio for a character and they've just continued to use that audio years after year after year and never needed to call you back for it?
Yes, but they still have to pay you for it. They have to keep paying you for it. It's a thing we have in the business called residuals. When you record a commercial or an episode of a cartoon show, you get first a session fee for the recording session, which is usually $700, $1,000 to record it. And then if they want to use it for, you get paid in 13-week cycles for residuals. Residuals means every time, let's say Thundercats, or let's say a commercial, every time a Cocoa Puffs commercial was on the air, you get a residual. For the first, I think it's for the first 100 times it's on the air, you get like $80 each time it's on the air. And that means if it's on the air, and some of these commercials run, especially cereal commercials, during Saturday morning cartoons and things like that, but they run day and night. So you get like $80 every time it's on.
National commercials are where it's at.
Yeah, and then it drops down after the first 100. Then you get for the next 100 or so you get $60 or something like that. But you really make the big money, the majority of your money in this business on residuals, because the session fees are just gravy. I mean, it's like doing any other kind of a job.
I'm going out for dinner tonight.
You get paid for the day, But if you're lucky enough to get some network commercials, like the cereal commercials and stuff like that, then that's what kind of keeps you going through the lean period. You may not have, maybe you get one cereal commercial, but you don't get another job for 3-4 months. The residuals, you keep living off the residuals.
Absolutely.
So you have a little bit of a backup. Otherwise there'd be a lot of people who have to get out of the business.
We have time for just one more quick question.
Good.
Go right ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I just have to ask, what was the transition like between playing Lion-O and then playing Lion-O's father later down the line?
Well, I joked it when I got the job that I didn't have to come up with a new voice for Lionel's father because I had gotten older myself and my voice has gotten it's gravelly now, like any other old man of my age. So I just used the same voice, and Lionel's voice, the voice of Lionel, is actually just my voice. Well, that sounds ridiculous to say. It sounds obvious, but what I mean is, when you're playing a mutant, if I'm playing Jackalman, I'm doing a character voice. Yes, when I'm doing Lionel, it's just my voice. I'm not changing the voice itself. I mean, I sound a little like Lionel right now, don't I? The difference is, when I sit here and talk to you people like this, it sounds like this. But when I'm doing Lionel, it sounds like this. It's a little more dramatic, you know what I mean? Sword of omens, come to my hand. Give me sight beyond sight.
All right, let's wrap it up. Give it to them.
That's it.
Give them what they. Let's give them what they want.
What they want? You think what they want?
I think they want. I think they want to. Yeah.
Thunder, 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 Thundercats. Ho!
Round of applause for Larry Kenny.
Thank you all much for watching. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for those joining us in YouTube land. We appreciate you joining us.
We're on YouTube?
We're on YouTube. We're live.
Hi.
Did you guys get that? I want to thank you for joining us here at the iCCCon. I hope you've had as good of a time as we've all had.
That's been great.
We appreciate you being here. And we'll be back in just about 10 minutes with the next panel. We'll see you guys soon.
Thank you, Nashville. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Jack it up.
Hello, iCCCon. How we doing? Hello, YouTube Live. We've got a fantastic artist to keep you entertained for the next 45 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a local artist from Nashville. He's world renowned, but he lives here in the Nashville area. I'd like to invite on stage Billy Martinez. Come on in. Let's get some music going and get some paint on this canvas. You want to say hi to everybody?
Hello.
Enjoy.
some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See
Looks like we're done. Give it over to Billy Martinez. All right. Now, will this painting be for sale?
Yes.
This painting will be for sale at Billy's booth over in the main lobby. So if you want to take that home with you, and you know you do, go ahead and take it home. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Billy Martinez. Coming up next, we're live to YouTube right over here. You want to say hi, Billy? They've been watching you this whole time. So coming up next, we have Star Wars Trivia with Kevin Lyle. You're not going to want to miss it. Kevin Lyle is the master at Star Wars Trivia. It's extremely interactive, and the best thing is there are prizes for those who are here live. So tell your friends who are here in the room, come take a look. See you soon.
Young and free, we will feel
jack it up.
I forgot I had a mask on. Hi, iCCCon. How we doing? Hello at home in YouTube land. It's good to have you with us. All right. So, who knows everything there is to know about Star Wars? I only have a few hands here. If your hand isn't up, there's prizes. So hopefully you know a few little things. So, without any further ado, let me bring up the Star Wars trivia wizard himself, Mr. Kevin Lyle.
Hey, everybody. How are we all doing once again? You're going to hang out and maybe help.
Yeah, I'll hang tight.
Hey, Dave, how are you with Star Wars trivia?
It's one of those things I always think I'm going to be really good at it. And then as soon as somebody asks a question, I fall on my face.
Let's find out.
Let's find out.
All right, how about this? I'll give you an easy one. What is Anakin Skywalker's mother's name?
Shmi.
Very good. That's how it's going.
Wow, he gave me an episode 1 question and I got it. Yes.
Do you want a hard one?
Give me a hard one.
During the original Battle of the Death Star, was the exhaust port targeted by the rebellion, was it in the northern or the southern hemisphere? During the original Battle of the Death Star, was the exhaust port targeted by the rebellion on the northern or southern hemisphere?
It's a 50-50 chance.
Not if you saw the movie. If you don't know, just say you don't know, and I'm going to throw it to the audience.
Can you guys make that Google go faster back there?
Who had their hand up that they were good?
I'm just kidding. Does anybody know?
Who had their hand up that they were good at Star Wars? You did. I saw your hand up. I was backstage. You raised your hand when he said, oh, you did. Northern or southern hemisphere? Northern is correct. You're going to be the first person to get a prize. Come on up here.
I would have got that wrong.
My plan, Dave, actually was to do it in the audience, right down here like this.
Go right ahead.
So we do this convention's trivia contest every year. We're going to do it a little bit differently this year because of, well, we know why. So what I'm going to do, instead of usually I do it all of you once competing with each other, this time we're going to do it differently. I'm going to individually ask you guys a question, and if you get it right, you get a bunch of prizes. And if you don't, we move on, and chances are we'll get back to you, and we'll move prizes. And we'll do that until you throw me off the stage, I guess?
Yeah, we're pretty much just going to wing it.
We're just going to wing it.
Let's do it.
Okay. Now, I know you've got important things to do if you need to go do them.
Hey, I'm going to hang tight for a little while. We'll see how this is going. If you need me on here.
Okay, cool. So who wants to get the next question? You do. Are you good with Star Wars? Okay. Who's taller, Salacious Crumb or Yoda? Salacious Crumb is right. What do we got here? We got a squishy and a pint glass. Bunch of squishies. Captain America? That's not Star Wars. And this is Ant-Man? Ant-Man? It's not Star Wars, so I don't know. It's Ant-Man. All right, excellent. Okay, who else is pretty good? Oh, we got an adult here. We're going to have to get a little adult question. A little bit harder than, what's Shmi Skywalker's name? Which would be Shmi. That didn't make any sense. What Star Wars props were built from British Sterling's L2A3 SMNGs? What Star Wars props were built from British Sterling? It doesn't really matter the number. I think you get the word stealing. You're going to say what? A Stormtrooper blaster is correct. You get a pint glass too. Now, some of the prizes aren't always going to be pint glasses. We're going to come up with something else. Okay, who else we got over here who's got a good question? You already did one. You ready for a question? Got to think of a nice, easy one. Not to defame you, but you haven't had the time of being a Star Wars nerd as some of us. What was Anakin Skywalker's mother's name? Shmi, you got it right. That was great. Let's see what we got here. What do we got here? We got here. Some other squishies. They're all Marvel. Oh, these are cool. They say iCCC, for collectors, by collectors. Here, have a bunch. There you go.
iCCC.
Did I say ICC?
It's
there's
hard.
a lot of C's, man.
There's a lot of C's. It's hard. iCCC.
iCCCon. You could say iCCCon, ICCC, IC Nashville, but you cannot say ICC.
No, that's
which is what different. I keep saying. Yeah. Am I fired?
Not yet.
Okay, cool. He's my boss. He's the guy who's in charge. By the way, everybody give it a hand for Dave. You've done a really great job of putting together not just what we have here for the audience, but the people at home watching on YouTube.
Thank you so much.
I think you've done a really good job. Do you have a hard Star Wars question?
Do I have a hard
I want
Star
you to
Wars
come. Oh, so who's doing the next question? Sir in the red shirt? Dave's going to ask you a question, put you right on the spot. If you want, I'll give you a turn. I'll ask him a question, and then the next one will be for you. I'll give you a chance to think about one.
Yeah, give me one to think about.
Okay. What country was used for the location of the Hoth scenes in The Empire Strikes Back? The exterior scenes, of course, because we all know the interiors were filmed in London. What country was used for the location shoot of Hoth in The Empire Strikes Back? You do realize Hoth is covered with snow, right? Hundreds and hundreds of miles of snow. What do you think the answer is?
Tunisia. Oh, Hoth.
You're
Sorry.
kidding. You're kidding.
Wrong planet. Sorry, wrong planet.
You said it so confidently. I'm like, he's not joking.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking.
I mean,
the wrong
New Zealand
planet.
was a
I'm trying
phenomenally
to
better
think of a
answer
question.
than.
I'm thinking of a question over here, and you're throwing other questions at me. Hoth. Hoth. Somebody's got an answer. It's coming to me, but let's answer. Let somebody.
Okay, I'll give it to someone in the audience. You, sir, in the back. Yeah. Norway's correct.
I was getting there, but I saw hands up.
We're running out of the more expensive prizes, so I need to stretch them out. So here's a couple patches. All right. Mr. Longwater? I like that name, by the way. That's pretty cool.
Thank you. What was Porkins' first name? Is that a hard one?
That's a really good one. I know it.
We got a couple. I'll let you select.
We're making it up as we go along because iCCC.
Yes, you got it.
Okay. Is doing something a little bit different for the trivia contest this year. So
Yes, we are.
So you, sir, what's your question? Answer.
Is it Jack?
Pronounce it again.
Jack?
I think you got it.
It's Jet. J-E-T, right? Is it J-E-K?
It's J-E-K.
I knew that. I was just joking. I want to see if he knew.
Thanks for saying that off mic again.
And it's being filmed. Now everyone's going to know for years and years there's something Kevin Lyle does not know about the film stars.
If Kevin Lyle takes the microwave from his face, you never know what's going to come out of it.
Right. So you have a hat that says iCCC, the greatest convention in the state of Tennessee or any state.
There's another C on that one.
I said iCCC. No, I did it right that time.
I don't hear anything.
technically speaking, that logo does not have 3 C's. It has 6.
This is true.
Just saying. This is what we call
Kevin Lyle, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm just kidding. Okay, so that was a good question, though.
On spot.
Can you look up the spelling of his first name? Jet Porkins. Is it really? Okay. I'm pretty sure it is. All right, so the next question we're going to have is, what was Luke Skywalker's call sign in the Battle of Yavin? And we're going to ask, well, you already had one. How about you? Gentleman in the back? Okay, who knows? It's by a raise of hands. I got to get somebody you haven't had before. Did we have you before? Did I ask you a question before? Oh, that's right, you won that. Okay, how about you? What was his call sign in the Battle of Yavin? Ghost of Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's not right, but A for effort.
It's a fun answer.
Here's a Boba Fett patch. No, we'll go to the my man who's already gotten a couple questions right. What was it? Red 5 is the answer. Do you have another question?
I know I was supposed to think of another question. You've got them all written
Just
down.
one. I've got them all written down. I'm trying to make, because you're like really good at this, and I want to be a part of this. Because we haven't had a chance to really be on the stage.
This is right. This is the first time we've spent
come out
together.
You come out and call me, and then you leave.
Pretty much.
And then, like the FET panel, you actually came out to kick me off the stage because I went too long. But it was a great panel.
You know what happens when I put you on stage and leave? That's how I get my naps.
That's how you get your naps?
Yeah.
Little long water naps?
Yeah.
All right, excellent. Moving right along. What is Princess Leia's first line of dialogue in The New Hope? Anybody have a question, I guess? Anybody have a guess? Okay, if you can do it word for word, I'll give you another prize. Think about it for a second, real slowly. Don't say it too loud, too quickly. No, that's about an hour and 10 minutes after the beginning of the movie. The opening line would be, Darth Vader, only you could be so bold. That's her opening line. What we're going to do, we're going to pick people in the audience and then ask questions?
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
could
let's
do
do
that.
that.
Okay.
Let's try that.
So we're going to ask random questions. So who ready for a random question? Okay, you, sir. Who killed Zem Wessel? Who killed Zem Wessel? It was Jango Fett. Here, have some patches. Okay, who's next? Is it you, the red shirt? You want a question? Who was Darth Vader's boss? He has a bunch of names. Darth Sidious is correct. Here, I'll give you a little scrunchy because you got the Darth Vader question right. Isn't this cute? I got one of these. I actually asked because Mike gave us some presents for this contest, and these was one of them. I was like, oh, you got to give me an extra one. I love
Snagged
Vader.
a Darth Vader.
Do you like Vader? You got another question?
I know what's supposed to. Hang on. Give me a minute. Do another one.
Okay, good. Oh, you're gonna go back in the.
No, I'm gonna think.
Go back in your hole. Okay, who's gonna take the next question?
I can take a nap.
You're really. I'm gonna have to give you a hard one because you're pretty good. Okay. What was the name of the Star Destroyer at the beginning of A New Hope? Just before she says, Darth Vader, only you could be so bold. What was the name of that Star Destroyer? I'll give you a hint. It begins with a D. Do you think they'd name a Star Destroyer a Destroyer? Can you think of another word similar to Destroyer that starts with D? The Devastator. Very good. We get a, oh, look, iCCC scrunchies. Pretty cool. Koozies, crunchies. What's a oh, crunchies are for girls' hairs and stuff. I don't know. I don't drink out of the damn thing. Okay, so we're moving right along with some more stuff. You got one?
Okay. What's the question?
Who was the next question? I see a lot of people here, but not everybody's raising their hand. The guy in the end, right? Actually, you know what? You know what's better? Ask him the question. Because I can't ask him any questions because I've known him for 10 years.
All right. But he's a Star Wars guru, right?
He is Tim Spaulding from IC. What? Not
I
IC.
can't ask him this question. Okay.
Star Wars and
this is kind of an easy question, but it's if you, I don't know. I want to ask one of the kids.
Oh, you have an easy one for the kids?
Yeah,
Okay.
I wanna ask one of the kids.
She's got her hand up.
Yeah. Okay. Who is Rey's father? It's a similar answer. Sister? Similar answer to your sisters. Is it not the same?
It's not the same.
Is it not the same? Well, I guess it's technically not. It is. It's kind of a trick question, I guess. All right, how would you answer that?
My answer would be it is a clone of Palpatine.
Okay,
it's not Palpatine.
Okay, it isn't. I guess it is a clone of. Okay. See, my questions are really bad. That's why we let Kevin Lyle ask the questions.
You know, that was probably the most interesting part of the entire sequel trilogy was the fact that there's a clone of Palpatine who didn't want to be a clone of Palpatine, so he ran away hiding, and they killed him. That's a really good story, which was not in the sequel trilogy.
Patent pending.
What?
Patent pending.
Here you go. Okay, so who's getting to the next horror? Let's see. Did I ask you a question? A while ago? You want another question? Sure. Are you feeling itchy? Okay. What is the name and title of the Geonosian leader at the arena during Attack of the Clones? What is the name and title of the Geonosian leader? It's not Count Dooku, because he's not Geonosian, and it's not Newt Gunray. Does the camera guy have his hand up? I know him. Oh, you really? Yeah. Okay. What? Hey, guys, what the... Did you know that answer?
I think I did. Anyways, I'm sorry.
Give both a patch.
That's okay. That's okay. You're not getting a prize though. But you will get the next question. Are we allowed to do that? We can do that. But I'm going to give you the award because you know. This is the couple patches. Oh, and this is This is so you can always remember. It's iCCC. I did this last year, right? Didn't we do these last year?
Yes.
Or was it the year before? I think it
Those
was
were from last year, actually.
Those are from last year.
Yeah, the camera guy can play. Absolutely.
All right, so,
I'd give these guys a suitcase of cash if I had it in the back. I don't, but I'd give it to them if I had it.
What's your name, cameraman? James. James the cameraman. And have you been filming the whole weekend for us? I've seen you most of the time. So the people at home who are watching on YouTube,
we've got the best crew in the world.
Have no idea who the camera people are, and they've been benefiting from their hard work. That's right. We're getting you next. We're getting you the question next. But so, are you good? A really good Star Wars trivia? Should I get you a really hard question?
Give me like a medium.
A medium. No, I'm going to give you a hard since you interrupted our game.
You busted chops, Kevin.
What was the name of the Star Destroyer in the opening of Return of the Jedi? What was the name of the Star Destroyer? Not the Devastator, which was in the beginning of A New Hope. Return of the Jedi, the one that brought Darth Vader to the Death Star. No, first of all, it's Executor, and that's Darth Vader's command Star Destroyer. This was the Avenger. But you were close enough. Cameraman 2. Are you Cameraman 1 or Cameraman 2?
He's 3. There is no Cameraman 1.
There's no Cameraman 1.
Cameraman 1 is the one with the Force. He's behind the. He's okay. There is a cameraman. He's just he's doing everything else as well.
How are you at Star Wars trivia? A little bit, not so much. What should we give her? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
I made a question for you just in case.
You think what?
I made you a question just in case you need one.
Is it a hard one? Because I'm going to ask her.
It can be hard.
No, that's too hard. It's not too hard, but it's just if you're a fan of Star, I bet you'll get it. And you obviously know it. I know it.
Do it.
Okay. Well, what was the name of Padme's boyfriend that you talked about in Attack of the Clones? The boyfriend she had when she was 12, I think. What was his name? You're playing the game, not just filming me, right? And I'll take this for the rest. What? How the? She's got headphones on, and he's freaking laughing back there because he gave her to her.
That was a really hard question, though.
That was funny, though. She goes like this. She goes, and I can tell it's like the look you have in your face when someone's giving you directions on the phone. That's exactly what she looked like. And I look up, and he's hopping up and down. Paulo was right. Are we allowed to give
it to
prizes
him?
to people
I'd give them
who
the bucket of cash in the back if it was there. It's
Excellent.
not there, but I'd give it to him if I had it.
We're not going the whole 26.
No, we're good. You're good.
All right. So who back there, what's the name of the camera person with the support team, I should say?
That's Jacob.
That's Jacob. Jacob, so did you come up with that answer all by yourself? You got it. What does that mean? Then who gave you the answer?
They were Googling it.
Oh, you Googled it. See, it was funny that somebody on the team knew because it's a Star Wars convention and we're all Star Wars fans. That is totally unfair. Very crafty, though. And I want you all to remember what the camera crew did to you. That's hilarious. Okay, who's up next? Who's ready for, do you have any other questions like that? That was pretty good.
Yeah.
It was the hilarity that ensued from it.
What was the name of
No, I want you to write it down. They don't like your voice. They like mine. No, it's to be funny, actually. He has one of the most popular Star Wars podcasts that films right out of here, that is recorded right here in Nashville. It's Star Wars in Character. That's right. It's a great idea. What they do is every episode, starting, 5 years ago? 10 years ago? Jesus, it's been that long.
We have over 300 episodes.
Weird that. But they go, every episode's a half hour, 45 minutes long, and they talk about every single character. And your Lukes and your Hans and stuff like that. Before you know it, you're getting to like the second Greedo on the right. It's pretty cool. But you got a good question? Can I ask you a question and you'll give me like an honest, not look at the Google? They have masks on, so I can't tell which one's responding because they're going like this. Sure. Which one? The tall one? What's your name again, sir? Jacob. All right, I'll give him one. How many planets are visited in Revenge of the Sith? Is it 9 or 11? I'm giving you a chance to 50-50 it because that's a hard question. How many planets were visited in Revenge of the Sith? Is it 9 or 11? 9. Name them. Give it a shot. Okay, fair enough. You got the question right. I'll get you a prize. Can you just at least entertain us and guess? Give a couple honorable mentions. Okay. Coruscant, Tatooine, Mustafar. How did you know not? So you just guessed, didn't you? All right, fair enough. Well, guess what? So you win. You got some patches. Come get them. All right, Star Wars in character. You got your question? Anybody else in the support staff want to play? Okay, who in the audience? There's some new people came in since we started. The Daniel Logan looking guy over there. Are you good in the Star Wars trivia? You only know popular things. Okay. No, he means the popular. He means, trust me, you get killed for saying that in this convention. Okay, I'll give him this one. Do you want a question? How about the person next to you? You do realize this is a Star Wars collectors convention, right? What about the other new people back there? Who wants our next question? Can I get a show of hands of anybody who'll take our next question? Even if you won something in the past. Okay, did you ask a question yet? Did I get you a question yet? Okay. What does Cloud City mine? Luckily for you, it's multiple choice. What does Cloud City mine? Oxygen, Tibanna gas, or Ethereum? What does Cloud City mine? Oxygen, Tibanna gas, or Ethereum? You didn't signify which one was right. I don't know. I'm kidding. I know. You are correct, sir. Oh, so we're going to get you some more. We're running out of prizes. So we got, what did we call this? A coolie? A coolie? A what? This is what you call it down here? And a couple patches. All designed by me, by the way. You get this one, too. And he's back! So you went back to go look for some hard Star Wars questions, right?
I went to buy something.
What did you went to go buy?
Hang on.
Oh, he's going to show us. And the next prize for the next question is... What did you get?
Well, if you're giving away a prize, there you go.
This is a Tatooine Lay's bag.
That's misdirection, so I can get what I purchased for myself.
No, because now I'm kind of curious. Who's the next question going to be? I saw your hand up, right?
I don't know hard questions. That's for sure.
You don't know hard questions.
Do you know easy questions?
Who spoke the last line in the prequel trilogy? That's your gift, by the way. If you get it right, you get that. You get that if you get it right.
What was the question?
No, it was C-3PO.
Yes.
I was going to give that to you. My neighbor in the main hall, because I have a booth out there. I don't know if you know, I have an art company, whatever. He makes those, so I was just going to take that and give and make sure you got another one. That's for Jacob. Jacob the Googler. Why did you do that?
Oh, I didn't. They were on the floor.
It was for Jacob. It was for Jacob the Googler.
Oh, Jacob. I'll make him come get him himself.
All right, moving right along. We got about 5 or 6 selection of prizes left. Who's next for questions? Are you writing me another question there?
I'm trying to find the answer.
I mean, I have questions, but I just want to see yours because you're a kind of cool guy. You want another question? Okay, let me see if I can think of a really good one. You got a really good one for?
A really good one. A really good one. What was the name? Who did Luke Skywalker go shopping with at the beginning of A New Hope? Not the beginning, but at the beginning of the scene where you meet Luke Skywalker. Who was that? His friends? Not quite. I mean,
Who does Luke go shopping?
He went shopping.
What the hell?
He went shopping for droids.
Oh, the droid. Well, he wasn't really shopping. I got you.
They were shopping for droids. See that nobody likes my questions apparently.
But the wording of it. Okay, so who was with Luke when he went to the Jawa Sandcrawler for purpose?
Yes.
He wasn't shopping though, but the person he was with was shopping.
The person he was with, he went to go shopping. When I go with my wife is the one shopping, but I go with her, so we're shopping.
Okay.
Forget about it.
Who do you think it is? Close. That's
Close.
Uncle Ben is a rice company. There's another uncle.
Yep.
Uncle Lars. All right, we'll give her.
Uncle Owen.
Uncle Owen Lars.
Yes. Yes.
There you go. Oh wow, you got all the scrunchies. That's pretty good.
They're squishies, not scrunchies.
I'm mixing all the things up.
Scrunchies go in your hair.
Once it goes
She's got
beyond Star
that's a
Wars,
scrunchie.
I don't know what it is.
That's a scrunchie.
That's a scrunchie.
Kevin doesn't have daughters.
Actually, I do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I do.
And you don't know what a scrunchie is?
You won't believe this, man. So she sends me this picture. They are in Tampa right now. I told them, I'm like, do you want to go to the Star Wars convention with me? And they're like, no, we don't want to go to the Star Wars convention with you. Look at this. They're at Galaxy's Edge.
Ooh.
Can you believe they did that?
I can't even get into Galaxy's Edge and I work there.
Strict instructions not to go to Disney until I get there, and they're at Galaxy's Edge right now.
I've got a question for you.
Oh, you're going to try to smoke me with a question?
I've got a question for you. This is not a Star Wars question. This is a Power Rangers question. Who was the green and white ranger?
JDF.
Is that right? Did he get it? I don't know anything about Power Rangers. Is that right? He got it right. Yay!
Hey!
You win a prize. Here, have a patch.
Of my own design.
There you
All
go.
right,
Good
great.
job.
Yeah, so yesterday we had a Power Ranger panel, which I was asked to do because that's what I do. I'm a stage host here. I don't know anything about Power Rangers. Not a thing.
Neither did I. That's why I gave it to him.
And I've been doing panels for years and years and years, and I used to do it where I do a ton of research, but then it got to the point where I was asking people questions I knew the answer to, and that doesn't make for a good interview. So I don't do research anymore. I just go right in and talk to them. And it's usually the best thing. And I thought we did a great job. That was a great panel.
Absolutely.
They're hilarious.
Did anyone see the Power Rangers panel? It was good. You missed it.
Yeah,
Check it
they're
out
Power
on
Ranger
YouTube.
fans. These are Star Wars fans. No, but it was great because at the end they wanted to do something called the morphing Power Ranger thing.
Yeah, Power Rangers.
And they're
morph.
like, let's do that. And I'm like, I have no idea what that is, so I'll just leave. And they're like, no, you're staying and you're doing it with us. And it turned out all right, right, guys? So much so that you guys remembered, and now you're making it funny, so you're making them ask me questions about.
Now the booth wants to know what the character's name is.
What character?
The Green and White Ranger.
Greeno.
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 Greeno, the Power Ranger.
His name was Tommy. Tommy Greeno.
They're really cool guys, though. The 3 Power Rangers that I met.
They're awesome guys.
They're all really funny.
If they were in
were we?
Star Wars, these guys would be all over it.
What pilot was Red 6 in the Battle of the First Death Star? That's going to be our next question. How about you? Jet Porkins is correct.
Jack.
Jack Porkins
Jack.
is correct. I said Jack.
Jack.
So what did I already give you? What did I already come here? Come on up. What did I already give you? You got a lot of stuff, man. Here, have a get this. Isn't this funny? AT-AT Park. It's AT-AT Park, and it's
Get it.
And it's a walker. Isn't that funny?
Get it?
Get it. However, most people when I make this, they look at this and this is AT-AT Park, and then they go, "That's not an AT-AT, right? It's an ATST." I do, but the thing is that in Jurassic Park, there's a picture of a Tyrannosaur, which is not a Jurassic dinosaur. It's a Cretaceous one. Mic drop. There we go.
I
Okay,
just
so we
scared
have,
them.
what?
I just scared them. I almost dropped mine.
By the way, you can get those bumper stickers at my North Legion booth, by the way. Am I allowed to do that? Am I allowed to plug myself?
Plug
as long
it.
as Mike Havens doesn't find out, you can do anything.
Plug yourself. He's not in here right now.
Yeah, you know he's going to watch. Mike is a really astute businessman. He's one of the smartest guys I know. One of the best con promoter I have ever met. He's going to watch every minute of this video with 8 hours today.
Because he's going on vacation
8
tomorrow.
hours. You know he's going to be sitting there. Where's he going?
I don't know. He won't tell us.
I was going to say, dude, it's better not to. But if you know he's going to be sitting down there.
He won't even tell me.
Is that Mr. Clark?
Should we give Mr. Clark a Star Wars trivia?
No. Better yet. I have a better idea. Could you give, this is a Star Wars trivia contest. We're doing a little bit different this year because of what's going on in the world, and we can't have everybody close together. We're asking people questions related around Star Wars, and if they get the answer right, they get a prize. Do you have a Star Wars question? This is Tom Clark, ladies and gentlemen. He was the marketing director at Kenner, and he has a famous hat that you got from the crew back in the day. And I offered you $400 for it, $500, and $600. And now you walk into the room and you're not wearing it. It's the first time I've seen you this whole weekend not wearing it.
I have that hat. And I said, oh, you do? He says, yeah. He says, it was just available from the Lucasfilm group. He said, but mine's gray. And so I'm realizing that the hats, it's like a limited edition. They gave the cast gray, and then they have the green, like mine, just for a few folks that were kind of involved with the management side. So it was kind
Excellent.
of fun.
So could you think you can think of a trivia question about Kenner and Kenner products while we're having this?
Do I think I can think of a question?
Sure. It'd be a question kind of like, what's the name of Darth Vader's ship?
All right,
And
we'll
you
start
say
with
executor.
We'll do a basic question here. All right.
First, I'm sorry. First, we got to pick someone who's going to get it. Who wants to try their luck with his question? How about you, sir? You ready? You're going to ask him, and he's going to answer for you.
All right, here's a question for
And
you.
then Jim Swearingen's going to do the same thing.
Jim's probably better at this. He's got more secrets than I do. Do you know why the Boba Fett action figure does not have a firing rocket?
The
Right
the
on.
Battlestar Galactica toys.
Really? Yeah, Battlestar Galactica. I mean, up there like this, playing with things.
That was such a
Opening
good
your mouth,
answer.
shoot.
I want you to come to my booth
Doesn't
afterwards.
work.
I'm going to give you a shirt because that was a really good answer. I thought he was just going to say because they were worried about toys. But what am I, Bob Barker? I don't care. Keep both. Give one to your friend. So Jim, did you see what he just said? Tom walked in the room when we're doing a trivia contest, so I said, I got to get you a question. So Mr. Jim Swearingen.
Yeah, let's get him.
The most awesome toy maker in the history of Earth. Mr. Jim Swearingen's going to come up and ask a question, I hope. Applause, everybody. This is Jim. This is the guy from Kenner. This is the guy who made the stuff. Yeah, you can take your mask off if you want. We're all vaccinated. Mike Havens hit us all up in the back.
You got me while I was taking a nap.
Me too. You want a question about Kenner? So now, who else could answer a question about Kenner? Do you know a lot about collectibles? Do you know who he is? He's pretty cool, isn't he?
Not that cool.
Oh, yes, you are.
Okay, since I'll relate it to Star Wars, but the 12-inch Boba Fett, we'll keep it in Boba Fett, okay? At least one version had you could look into the back of his head. Do you know where that feature came from? It was another Kenner toy.
We'll get that to, you know what, because
Okay.
we haven't had her in it yet, so we're going to, her, I can't tell with the mask, whatever. But
Yes.
it is
yes.
a $6 million man.
Ding, 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 ding.
All right, great. Do you have another one? That was really good. While I
let's see.
pass out some, do you want to come up? Yeah, that'd be great because I'm running around. I'm waiting, looking on this door now. What next celebrity is going to walk through this door?
Here's
and
a really
join?
general
Who else can we put on the
question
spot?
about Kenner toys. Let's see.
And if you could think of
make it a
another one,
little
Mr. Clark,
difficult.
that would be great too.
Do you know where the name Kenner came from?
Oh, we haven't picked somebody. Did we not?
Anybody know? Think they know?
Was it you? I forgot. Did we pick somebody for this question? Well, it'll be you.
Do you know where it came from? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Actually, the people that started, their last name was Steiner. Yeah. Yeah. The best part is I know some people that actually stole the street signs. There are a couple of them in Cincinnati, some really hardcore collectors. They went out and stole the street signs. One was easy because they had knocked the pole down. So it's pretty cool.
You know, in all the years I've known you, I've never been able to do I obviously do a lot of the Star Wars interviews. I've never interviewed you.
No, well.
This wasn't really an interview because you were asking questions, not answering them.
Do
Tom, do you have another one?
Do you have a question for me?
What's your favorite Star Wars figure?
I've already told everybody. C-3PO.
C-3PO.
Yeah. He's been in all the movies. That's one thing.
All right.
And he's
Okay.
the cleverest one.
What's my favorite Star Wars Kenner figure?
Let's see.
Because you're gonna think about how well you know me. You know me for a couple of years. You've
Yeah.
seen my artwork. You know what I do.
Obi-Wan Kenobi?
No, Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
I'm a
Well,
very...
Well, it's because you're tall or something.
Or something. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking... Yeah, I know what it is. Tom, do you have one more question for the audience, or am I going to kick you off the stage?
I'll do one more. Here we go.
All right, one more. Oh, who's going to answer this question from Tom?
All right.
You, back there.
Okay.
Do you know your Kenner?
You know your Kenner?
It's
Okay.
a Star Wars collector show.
Do you know what the signature was at the end of any Kenner commercial, other than Star Wars and stuff like that? Well, I don't know if I'd call it a chicken. But it's a bird. Well, what does he do? Can you imitate it? Can you repeat what he does, what he did?
I think that's close enough.
That's
right?
It's very close. Sorry. It was like, it's Kenner. It's fun. Squat! All right. Does anybody know what color the building was on the outside of the building where Kenner was housed? It was called the Kroger Building. And we know the color?
I saw a hand back here.
How about the man with the long beard? That's a good guess, but I don't know. What is it?
It was light blue.
It was light blue. This is the weirdest Star Wars trivia
I know, we're having fun
I've
now.
ever done. It's
We're
great.
just
I'm just dying for Mike Havens to walk in so we can get... Oh, Mike, give us some questions. Can you call him on the little thingy?
No, I can only hear stuff on this.
All right, we actually only have... Sorry, can you pick that up because I don't feel like bending?
They've been going squawk,
We
squawk
have
in my ear
enough,
this whole time.
We have enough stuff for one more question. And my good friend here was writing some things down, so I'll take one of yours. My God, this is a little book. Gentlemen, thank you very much. You guys can hang out and watch the game. I still want that hat, by the way. Would you take $650 for it?
No, thank you, but it's nice.
No,
Denied.
It's
You're
just
not
what
getting
he's
a
wearing the
hat.
hat all weekend. I've been asking him more and more money every time. Anyway, if you want to, if you can get back in, it's going to be about 30 seconds though. Okay, so who is going to? Let me see what questions you wrote here. Luke wanted to go to Tosh Station. All right, we'll just end on a light note. That's really cool. Who wants the next question? It's kind of easy. Who has not? You can't be you. You young ladies have done very well. What about you, sir? Have you had any questions?
I answered questions. I'll take one.
Okay, fine. Okay, you know what? I'll give you a hard one. Do you have a hard one in there?
There's some semi-difficult to me. It's like
I don't even know this one. How many action figures could you order with the early bird set in 1977? These guys know. I think I know what it is. Yeah. How many action figures from Jim Swearingen could you order with the early bird set in 1977?
Are you asking how many came in the set?
How many figures? Did I say right? How many action figures could you order? It's the set.
I think
that
yes.
came with the
How
card.
many came in the set?
Right. There's not 7. The answer is 4. 4. Oh, there's 5. Was it 4? Okay, so Luke, Leia,
Leia, Chewie, and R2.
So I already said it in this one. I'm not a... So who's getting the next question? Who's getting the next one that we said we were going to do? All right. No. It's going to be Ryan Ziegler. Mr. Ryan Ziegler from the Peter Mayhew Foundation. Who's here. Oh, that's right. I'm going to call you out. Also the runner of EmpireCon in L.A. at another state and a show, whatever. Why was Luke going to Tosche Station to purchase? Where was Luke? Why was Luke going there in the beginning of A New Hope? Power converters. Very good. Power converters. That was our last question? Unfairly given to my friend. Well, was that rude? I don't know. That's whatever. But you guys, I want to thank you. I didn't even ask you that question yesterday. Yeah, come get your present.
Yeah, he makes you work for your presents.
You got a couple days. But Ryan, thank you very much. Dave, thank you very much.
Can we cycle this into something else? Okay.
All right, fine. Oh, no, we'll give this to somebody else. We'll give somebody else a chance.
But it has to be a Chewy question. It has to be Chewbacca.
He works at the Peter Mayhew Foundation, and of course was. No.
We're
You're
not
getting off that easy. You're not getting off that easy.
I would like him to ask you a Chewbacca question.
I dare you. Okay. I dare you.
All right.
and then we'll ask you guys one final question, and then we'll be.
Okay, so before.
Don't make it stupid.
No.
Because you like lived with the guys you live on the guy's farm right now. I mean, you know everything about it. Don't be, how many steps did he take before he picked up seats,
Okay. Well, I don't want to give you one that's going to stump you because that's terrible.
Make him work for it.
I'm going for the okay, micro. Let's see. All right, so when Stuart Freeborn was designing the Chewie suit, one of the major differences in the mouth between the prequels and the originals was what? And what did it change in the way that Peter held his mouth? There you go.
Movable lips.
No.
No?
Nope.
I don't know.
They both had movable lips.
The palate? I don't know.
It caused his mouth to be slightly gapped open.
I'm aghast.
Okay, so when Stuart Freeborn was designing the original Chewbacca costume, he did something that no one had done before, period, because he had worked on 2001: A Space Odyssey, which had apes in it. He had been asked by Kubrick to design a whole slew of different types of apes. And when he had done that, at the end of it, Kubrick, in order to try and preserve the importance of this movie, 2001: A Space Odyssey, he didn't credit Stuart Freeborn for any of his work on the apes. So he took all these ape designs and simplified them into one final, which was Chewbacca in Star Wars. And one of the things that he did and kept was in the mouth, he had magnets that were facing each other with the same poles facing each other so that Peter's relaxed position, rather than being closed like on regular masks to date, was slightly open because it was repelling magnets. So when you look at the prequels versus the original series, you'll always see Peter's mouth is slightly open, and that's because there are magnets that are helping resist that the tension on the springs in the back of the mouth, and it's very, very cool. And
that is cool.
There you go. That's it.
You never know what you're going to learn at iCCCC.
All right,
So we are going to ask one final question. You said I can give this away.
I put down my phone and the thing. There you go.
We're going to ask one final question to the audience. Who are we going to have it with? Who is it going to be? You've done it too many times. You, sir, in the red. You haven't had that many, right? You had one, right? Well, let's see what we have here. What is Plo Koon's lightsaber color? What is Plo Koon's lightsaber color? You see it more in the Clone Wars, but you do see it in Attack of the Clones. Orange? You, sir. That's what I would have just said for any Jedi. If I didn't know anything, I would have said blue. Blue is correct, so you get the last bag of stuff. Well, guys, thank you very much for an awesome trivia contest. Kind of weirdly done because of the world situation we're living. I'm going to hand it back to David. What do we got? What's coming up next?
Coming up next on the main stage is the final event of the evening. We are going to wrap it up with our closing ceremonies. We've got a couple awards to give out, some announcements, some silent auctions, and anything else that needs to be said for to close out the weekend. Have you had a good time? Awesome. We're glad you're here. This guy do okay? Awesome. And YouTube, don't go away. We'll be wrapping things up here in just a few minutes.
jack it up.
Hello, iCCCon. How we doing? Did you have fun this weekend? That's what it's all about. I had a great time. We hope the folks at home in YouTube land had a good time as well. And you'll be able to watch this again soon. We'll have everything going live to YouTube here in the near future. So everyone who's here, I've got a very special person. You all know him and love him. Let's bring out Michael Havens to close out this show.
Well, thank you, thank you, thank you.
You can take your mask off up here. We'll socially distance.
That's a heck of a turnout, huh? We've been up
yeah.
on this stage before. It was a ghost town. It's beautiful out there, so I appreciate it. I found this bag of stuff back there. Can I throw it at people?
Yeah, let's throw some swag. Don't throw it at, it may have something heavy. Watch your heads, watch your heads, watch your heads.
There you go, in the back. Be careful. All right. I'm empty. All right. Now I'm done.
Yeah, I'm done too.
There we are. All right. Now with that insanity over, what did you have? A question?
So let's shall we announce some prize winners? Some contest winners?
Prizes are always good.
So
what do we got?
Through the whole weekend, we had a face mask contest and a cosplay contest. So let's start with the face mask. Before we put them up, we're going to show you the top three.
Top three.
We actually have an award. Do we have the award here?
Where's the award?
Jason, do we have the award?
Jay?
Do we have the award for the cosplayers? We will
It's like really cool in glass in a blue box. Stretch it. All right, let's do something.
You got it.
You want to sing something? What do you got?
What did we sing the other morning?
And I've had the time of my life, and I owe it all to you. And I sang the wrong song.
Ready? Ready?
Yeah,
That was really scary.
But no, it's been a great time. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming out. It's really been awesome. I'm really happy that we were able to do this safely, socially distant, and shoot, we're here. It's 5 o'clock on Sunday. That means they couldn't shut us down. So we stuck to the rules. We had a fun time, and we're going to do it again next year. We're going to do it bigger, better, right here at the same location. There we go. Music City, Sheraton. Oh, there it is. The fancy trophy.
Let's take a look at this fancy trophy. We're going to show it right there. Ooh. Hold it up right there.
There you go.
There you go. They'll get a close-up.
Ah, ooh. Magical.
It's pretty. All right, so we're going to, I'm going to show the third place, second place, and first place winners. Whoever wins first place, please, if you're in the room, please come up and accept your trophy. The trophy that you will be receiving is the prototype. So what we're going to do is ask that you give us all of your information. We will take it, and you will have a trophy that is personalized just for you.
Yep. You can put it on your guest desk, and you can prove all year that you are the grand champion at iCCCon 2021.
All right, without any further ado, let's take a look. Let's see. Third place in the face mask contest is the Mandalorian mask.
Mando mask.
All right, congratulations. All right, second place. Round of applause for the Tiger.
There you go. Great.
And Michael knows the name of the first place winner.
Scott Sweeney with the face hugger.
Is Scott Sweeney here?
Scott Sweeney in here. Where is he? He's probably in the other room cleaning up. You might know him better as the Emperor that you have seen walking around this weekend. But Scott Sweeney, this is yours someday.
Congratulations, Scott. All
Congratulations. I know how to spell his name, though, so we're all right.
That's perfect.
All right, who's next?
Good job. All right, so next is the cosplay contest. Let's take a look. All right, we got a lot of cosplayers in the audience right now, hoping to see if they won the prize. All right, and let's see who's in third place. Third place, our Red Mandalorian.
That's a good one right there.
And in second place,
I don't know if you saw.
is
Did
that a
you see the
Twilight?
video
That's a-
game or the video they did with the Gangnam Style and stuff?
I missed that.
It's all over
That
Instagram and
sounds-
everything. It's crazy.
that sounds
But while
awesome.
he's in there going like, "Wee,"
The Twilight comes in second place, and
Yeah, it's good.
in first place. Hang on a second. Hang on. I got to make sure I don't screw anybody's name up here real quick. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, first place is the Mandalorian, Daniel Powers.
Hey.
Come on up,
Daniel Powers, you in here? Hey, there he is. This is really awesome, actually. Daniel was telling me about this outfit when we were checking it out and taking pictures, and he 3D printed that whole thing on his own in under 3 months.
That is amazing.
That's no joke. Come on up, brother. Congratulations, beautiful. To Armando. Yeah, buddy. Beautiful. This is your lovely trophy, which you now have to give back to me, and I will give you a new one in like a week and a half.
Round of applause for Daniel.
Thanks, brother. Congratulations.
All right, so what's your step back there? There's a trophy box.
I almost
All
just
right.
bit it.
Does that mean I have to run the show next year? I can't do that,
Hey,
man.
I don't know, man. That would probably get good hits, man, if I take a tumble.
This is true. That's going to go viral. All right, so doing some final housekeeping, we actually have a silent auction that many people participated in. We have
Thank you
several
very much.
different prizes that were available in the silent auction. So the auction is for a charity that's near and dear to the Imperial Commissary and the iCCCon. And the person who runs the charity is actually Michael Haven's brother, Father Robert Havens. And the charity is Canella, and it helps children and families that are in less fortunate areas, mostly in South America and in Africa as well, to help provide them with assistance and education and anything that they need. Anything else that you want to add to that?
Yeah, no, it's a good cause. We started it a bunch of years ago. I put up on the top of the Imperial Commissary, which is the main Facebook group that spawned this whole thing that you see. There's always a charity raffle, and we all take part in it. And I pick out a toy that, I have lots of toys, and I'm able to sell raffle tickets for that toy. Somebody gets a good toy, and it doesn't cost us anything, maybe $3. And then we're changing lives. We're making people live longer. We're making people have houses and clothes and food and water, and it's for some toys.
We even send them some toys
Yeah,
as well.
we even send them some toys as well. They get we always take donations, modern toys, loose. They don't have to be complete, just not dirty or ruined or broken. And my brother fills up the bottom of his suitcase every time he goes out there and brings them to the kids. So it's really cool.
They're the best. All right, so you have the, let's see, what's the first prize?
I shouldn't be in charge of
so
paperwork.
so I'll do this. Do you want to model the prizes like Vanna White for me?
Which
so
one
the
are we
first
starting with?
iCCC Sketchographs by Andrew Perkins.
Oh my God! I swear I did not commission these myself.
These
I
are
am not
awesome.
that
Okay,
obnoxious.
hold them right up here.
Look, it's me.
Hold them right up
Look
here,
at
really
me.
steady. It's awesome.
Oh, I'm supposed to hold this.
Hold them right up there so the audience at home can see them. Let them get a good tight zoom in on that. These are awesome. Okay, so the winner of these sketchographs is Tim Chapman.
Tim Chapman.
You guys can settle up at
Tim
the
out there.
the iCCCon store. We will have your prizes and take your money there.
Cool. Yeah.
All right. So the next item up for auctions is the Kim Simmons autographed Rancor print. There it is. It
I
was on
found it.
display in the lobby. Okay, so we have a lot of bids on this, and
Rancor. See, just so you know, the right thing's in there.
I believe it is. Okay, let me make sure I can read. Okay, do you know if that is? I can't read the last name. Is it Blakey? Bucky
Gaunt.
Bucky Gaunt.
Bucky Gaunt.
Congratulations,
Bucky
Bucky.
Gaunt. Congratulations. Well, there you go. Well, enjoy the drive. Be safe. What's next?
All right, so
Come
the
on, man,
next
I'm already
one
down here.
is the Jim Swearingen autograph.
Oh, nice.
Jim Swearingen, who's in the room. Give another round
Check
for
this
Jim
one
Swearingen and Tom Clark, who were sitting here in the audience. They were awesome this weekend. It was so informative. We learned a lot of things. from
He's got a
both of you.
custom boba helmet on that.
Isn't
Look at
that
that.
awesome?
That's awesome. Yeah.
I love that. Okay, so there were a lot of bids on this one. Okay, so the winner of the Jim Swearingen autograph is Jack Cooper. Jack, are you in the room? All right, we'll contact you at home, Jack.
Jack Cooper, congratulations.
All right, and next up is the Model Trim Snow Trooper. So there were a lot of bids on the Model Trim Snow Trooper.
This one
as well.
we were actually donated by one of our vendors. Patsy gave us this one.
Thank you very
to
much,
raise money.
Patsy.
So thank you very much.
The winner of this will be much appreciated, and the winner of this is actually near and dear to my heart because this was not a raffle where you had to fill out a ticket and pull it out of a thing. We had problems with that in the past. So
Yeah, somebody kept winning those or something,
I only
right?
won one, and I had the foresight to have a child draw the tickets. So it was 100% legit.
Plausible deniability.
I paid for those tickets. But this person's near and dear to my heart because this one's me. I won this one.
Hey, David Longwater, congratulations.
Thank
Thanks,
you so
brother.
much.
I appreciate it.
Thank
That's
you.
great.
It's all going to charity, so I love it.
Thank you very much.
And here, hold that for me. I can't hold them both.
Oh, for me, present. Thank you.
I know where your room is. I'll find it. I have to dig through everything.
It's not a boba anyway, man.
And we have the custom Matt Brookins Boba Fett, Mike Havens Boba Fett.
That's me on there. That's me in that toy there.
This one was hot as well. This one also the winner, Bucky Gaunt.
Bucky Gaunt, congratulations.
Thank you so much to everybody who donated to the iCCCon silent charity raffle. We really appreciate it. All of the money is going to a great cause. I had a wonderful weekend. Did you, Michael?
I had an amazing weekend.
I hope
I'm
we
so
got a little
happy.
bit of rest. I got a little bit last night. Other than that,
Tiny bit.
We've been working hard for you guys because we want you guys to have so much fun. If you're a vendor and you're in the room, thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate you.
Thanks
and we
for the
couldn't do it
faith.
without
Thanks
you.
for believing.
Thanks for the
Yeah,
clubs that
thank you.
came. Thanks to all the press that came. Thanks to all the cosplayers and everyone who participated. We just had a great time, and we can't wait to do it again next year.
Yeah, we'll be back for sure. When you're pulling out, you'll see that we'll see you next year on the wall there, and it's true, so we'll see you next year right here in beautiful Music City. I'm not going to tell you the date yet because you all know that I rent the room block, so I need you to book through my room block and not book it right now. But we're going to have a good one next year. It's going to be packed. This year was amazing, and I could not be happier with the outcome. We're going strong, and we're going to be going strong forever. So thanks for coming, everybody.
Thanks for coming. Thanks to the folks at home at YouTube. We really appreciate you watching with us this weekend. We'll see you next year as well. Hopefully, we'll see you live in Nashville. Have a good night. Take care. Thank you.